KUAMFM, Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Please don't change the line. Keep your number same. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Keep the light on. Keep the light on. Keep the light on. And remember my face. My face. I watch these birds flying. They remind me how far I am from where I'm from. They're getting higher and they fly inside me. Righteous soon to tell you how far I've come. Please don't change the line. Keep your number same. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Keep the light on, yeah. And remember my face. My face. Now the truth is that when I go, I miss you like hell, but there's so much to do and I'm not done. I'll be back soon just to say hello and wish you well, but don't let us fall apart while I'm gone. Please don't change the line. Keep your number same. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Leave the light on, yeah. And remember my face. I see the night fall, I don't feel it happening, but I'm getting ready for one more day. I don't come home enough for feel waves crashing, but just tell me you and them won't change. You please don't change the line. Keep your number same. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
From the big city to a small island, I wanna plant my roots, chilling with my brethren. Wake up with the morning sunrise, 6, 7 to the 1 pride. Party drove stops by, so I take a ride. In the lifted trucks, we're gonna drink all night. Everything is going right. Take me down to the south side, 'cause I wanna know if everything they say is true. When I hear them screaming Georgia Roots, I wanna see the beauty that's beyond the scene. I met this cutie, she was like a dream. Took a little stroll and no one needs to know. Time is like a big boy moving real slow. I'm never in a rush, so baby just trust. You know this island is the queen to my heart. Yeah. Want no stress upon my chest. I need some time to clear my head, remove myself from challenges. Take this time to ease my mind. I'm an island boy and I will never leave you. My island roots and I will always be true. To all my childhoods, I will always love you. This is my Guam life. Yeah, yeah, so much love to me. My heart it breaks each and every time I leave. Oh, she giving so much love to me. My heart it breaks each and every time I leave. This is my life. I thought I knew love, but I just gave up. Placing my eyes on you, this little island far away. So it makes me feel like home, yes, it release my bones like a king upon the throne. If you love paradise, bitch, just leave it alone. Yeah. It's an island thing. This is my Guam life. 'Cause I wanna know if everything they say is true. When I hear them screaming Georgia Roots, I wanna see the beauty that's beyond the scene. I met this cutie, she was like a dream. Took a little stroll and no one needs to know. Time is like a big boy moving real slow. I'm never in a rush, so baby just trust. 'Cause I wanna know if everything they say is true. When I hear them screaming Georgia Roots, I wanna see.
The Link. The Link. The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Smile
Così uli di sombranza temak e zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malakes fredzas durante todo memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi. I'm talking about Mary, 'cause I love my Mary. You know I'm talking about Mary. Simple delight. I'm talking about Mary. You know, I'm talking about Mary. 'Cause I love my Mary. You know, I'm talking about Mary.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Morning, Joe, sir.
Morning, boss.
You guys ready to do this or what? You want to or you just want to go home? Stay.
Stay home.
Yep. It's 6:24, Thursday, September 2nd. Good morning. Good morning, Facebook Live. Welcome to another one. And another one. It's The Link. We're proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN and Jack in the Box. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Right on. Good morning, Facebook Live. Thank you guys for joining us this morning.
Yesterday's show, by the way, was the most viewed show we've had since last June.
Wow.
And for good reason. Like, from beginning to end, yesterday's show was captive viewing.
It was a lot of, it was stressful.
And you saw all of it happen in real time. Good job by you, like the on-site reporting.
No, I mean, it was stressful, but it was more stressful for these people who waited overnight in line in their cars. Yeah. So all rise. First day in the books. All right. I drove by DRT this morning. The line was nowhere near as long as it was yesterday. It was kind of like right up to the beginning of Barragata Heights.
You know what's interesting is I actually ordered food for my mom and I from one of the delivery services yesterday. And the driver called and he said, I'm coming through Barragata Heights, but he goes, the line for Reventax is so long, and this is maybe around like 4:30 or so.
Right.
He goes, I'm gonna be late, sir. And then he when by the time he showed up to my house, he's like, man, that was a line. And they were open till what, 6 last night?
Yeah,
7?
yeah. So apparently around like 3 or 4, the line really slowed down and people were able to get in and out 10 minutes. So obviously there was a lot of, oh my God, there was just a lot of what's the right word? Chaos. Yeah, chaos, like Joanna used to say.
Yeah.
There was a lot of chaos.
That's classic.
The website. Well, Jay, I want to turn it over to you. Did the website crash? Was it just bogged down? Because it looked like there's all kinds of issues going on with it.
I mean, well, okay. Well, the term we like to use is the servers fell over, meaning that they became. There was so many people tried to get in at the same time,
Right.
and I was mentioning for people yesterday, and it's like, okay, if you can't get in, hit refresh, and that is a compounding problem because if you can't get into a website, say you've got, and this is the interesting thing about Reventax. I mean, it's a wonderful resource. They've done good work for many, many years now, but with the current architecture they have, I'm not privy to exactly how they're running it, but with the current system they have up to this point, they've been able to do like, say, maybe a couple hundred, set up appointments for driver's license renewal, registration renewal, that kind of thing. But then when the All Rise thing came out, and because of its nature, it being a race, first come, first serve,
Yeah.
you've got potentially maybe 10,000 people all hit the website within in a 2-minute window of each other, and then
Right.
people can't get in, so they're all hitting refresh. So that's probably 60, 70,000 requests for and the server just couldn't take it.
And
Is that something though you could prepare for, or it's just?
There are ways you can prepare for that, but the current system they're using and everything like that is evidently is not equipped to handle that kind of
So
load.
for example, let's say like I was OTEC or the governor, whoever. I could say, wow, there's a lot of desperate people out there. I'm really anticipating because we're telling everyone to file online that there's a lot of traffic that's going to be driven to our website.
Yeah.
How many people can we handle on our website at one time?
See, but that can be quantified. You can actually bring that to, like, if you were going to DOA and you could tell,
So that's what we call planning.
yeah, you could tell Ed Byrne, you could say,
Yeah.
okay, I need X number of
Right.
servers, but by by the time we went off the air, we were already hearing, several coworkers of ours said they were able to submit their applications.
It took
Obviously,
3 hours for some
Yeah.
people,
Yeah,
but-
no, so here's what I heard. I heard so many different things. We heard from people who said that they were filling out their application, they were kicked out, and then when we went back in, other people's information was on there. I heard that a few different times.
that part blows me away. I was
Yeah, well, because
I was
you
racking my brain about that.
You
If
said it's supposed to be a secure site.
yeah, but if you see somebody else's data, I would
Yeah.
be really interested.
But when we
in
asked
seeing-
Daphne about it, she said that the vendor and her people said that it doesn't seem possible for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if your own information was there from, like, if you tried to previously do it and your own stuff popped up, so say
Right.
like your social security number, your married name, your bank routing number, whatever like that. If you see someone else's information, that's a whole nother ball of wax.
So is it possible? I mean, I feel like anything's possible when you have so many people trying to get onto a certain website.
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
That's,
So we heard that. We heard that some people were able to get in by pressing refresh. Heard different things. One of my cousins said he did it for 2 hours.
Yeah.
He just sat there and kept pressing refresh.
yeah, like I said, you got maybe what, and 10,000 people just banging on that server nonstop for, I mean, a server can only take so much.
Right,
And,
yeah.
and it's also funny, if I may, is I was thinking about this yesterday. It's like what we saw yesterday is you have a GovGuam, let's call it a facility, right?
Right.
Like their website, which was stood up to be able to provide a certain service to the people, and you anticipated that there would be a certain amount of requests to that.
Yeah.
If things get out of control and too many people hit it at the same time, it very easily becomes like overwhelmed. That's a pretty incredible analogy for what could happen to the hospital
Yeah.
if things get way out of control there.
And have we done the preparations at the hospital? The whole other conversation. They put up the blue med tent. Guys, we haven't even got to the COVID. We're still trying to unpack this All Rise recap.
Yeah.
And so you did see it real time yesterday. As it unfolded, it's really hard
the
to
thing
watch.
that bothered me was when the first interview, right off the bat, the first person that you got, and the first person in line, and it was that old man who said that he'd been waiting for
A Navy vet, yeah.
12 hours. And then the other guy
And he
who
was the
was
walk-up gentleman. Or you're talking about the guy in the car or the
Yeah,
walk-up guy?
yeah.
The first guy in was Mr. Santos.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wait, that was the car or the
The
man-
car,
car.
yeah.
the car.
The other gentleman had a walker.
The guy,
Right.
the first guy in the line had a prosthetic leg, and so he spent the night there. He was the first one in line. He was the first one through, and man, I don't know. Did we get his message? Well, we'll try and get it on later. But he had,
He's in the story that we have over there.
yeah.
definitely,
So of course I asked him, hey, what's your message to the governor? And
You want to play that story?
yeah, I do.
Yeah. let's
What
just-
can I hold on? Because my computer is like freezing.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say, and just they did put out a tally. Was at the end of the day, I think it was something like
It was at the end of the day, but then it was posted on social media, the updated tally. We didn't get a press release because,
Yeah.
God forbid we get a press release.
yeah.
But there was a post on social media that there were a total of
20,534 applications for the All Rise program. Of these applications, 4,359 were received in person. 16,175 were filed online. A monumental step toward the use of technology and, more importantly, mitigating the spread of COVID-19 in this heightened environment. That's a funny statement because if you saw the lines and the number of people who turned out, I just don't understand. And I get it that our politicians, especially the ones downtown Guadalupe, they're trying to turn this into a big win, and they had this ticker. They kept putting out this ticker throughout the day, and it was like a tally of how many people had applied. But all I kept thinking about was that is like the poor, desperate people ticker. That's a ticker of how desperate our people are for this money since the governor made them wait all year to get it. And again, it's just tone deaf of Guadalupe. It's not a ticker occasion. It's just not. Look how many desperate people applied for our program that we made them wait all year to apply for.
thank you to the DRT Familia and other government of Guam employees who sacrificed so much to implement a program that provides direct cash relief to our residents. I'm pleased that all technical issues were resolved. As in any instance, we always strive to improve.
There you
Did
go.
you see an apology? I don't think
No,
I saw an
no.
apology.
Well, she
no,
WhatsApped-
no apology.
She WhatsApped yesterday, apologized for the inconvenience, but again, I mean, this is a recurring theme of the show. I've asked the governor like a few times in the last week to come on, but I don't know what it is.
I was having a conversation with Nestor yesterday, when we were kind of I guess we can say coming out of the thick of things, maybe
Yeah.
around 1 p.m. And even he was saying, because he did a story the other day, you guys might recall, and he said, Reverend Tax always tries to encourage people, use our online resources if
Yeah.
you can,
Yeah.
stay home and do this. But she's like, but realistically, we get 30,000 filers for tax returns each year. We'll maybe get around 1,300,
Online.
1,400 online.
Yeah.
This time was, 16,000 and
Yeah.
change?
Yeah, but I mean, to hold it up as its monumental step, we're kind of like looking over the fact that it all started with a major system crash that affected thousands of people. But once you look past that, yeah, it's cool. People filed online, but again, it was a race for the money. So they went to the quickest option that they thought existed, which was the online option. Really, for me, this whole thing is, I'm just sour about it. People needed the money in January, and to try and turn this into some kind of like political win, when, I mean, you heard people, they're just sour about it. I'm not digging it. So anyway, but what I wanted to talk about was, so they received 20,534 applications for the All Rise program. Now remember, for the All Rise, if you're a single filer, it's $800. But if you're a couple or joint filer, it's $1,600. So the question that we'd like to ask, and I'm pretty sure it's going to take them a while to figure this out, is how much of the $30 million is gone? Right? So they had 20,534 applications. Now, assuming those are all approved, the $30 million will cover $37,800 payments. But again, when you add in the couples who get $1,600, we don't know how many of these filers, these applications were couples. We don't know how many were singles. And so we're kind of flying in the dark here.
Okay, I just thank God for the calculator on our computer, right?
Nice.
Taking the high end, if everybody, just said, like you said, a joint couple, right?
Yeah.
So if everybody filing out of those 20,000 people got 1,600,
The money's
bucks,
gone.
right? That would be $32 million.
Yes, and then money's gone.
Yeah.
But obviously
which is
not,
already over the cap.
but not everyone is going to be a
Right.
couple filer, right? There's going to be a lot of single filers. So yeah, that's where we are now. It's like we got people lining up, and I don't know how I would interpret the shorter line this morning. I kind of look at that and I think maybe people think the money's gone because it's very clear the governor is not budging on this cap. There's about 58 senators that wrote her a letter yesterday saying, "Hey, lift the cap."
Well, a majority of them, almost all of them, voted as a symbolic gesture, I guess, or sent a message that they overrode the veto of Bill 75,
Yeah.
which lifts the cap.
Yeah. At 6:35, let's play the story, and then we'll go ahead and say good morning to Facebook Live and get into the news here. Good morning. And this is All Rise Issues. Right here on the link. Again, it is 6:36. Our phones, 637-0094. Good morning, Guam.
People began lining up along the roadside leading to Reventax in Barragata as early as Tuesday evening. The lines of cars stretched. People began lining up along the roadside leading to Reventax in Barragata as early as Tuesday evening. The lines of cars stretched for miles. Our Chris Barnett managed to speak with the first person in line who was waiting for a chance to finally submit his All Rise application.
That line last night was pathetic. I couldn't survive. And I'm taking care of my disabled wife, and she needs me at home.
What's your message to the governor?
Huh? I'm sorry, sir.
Watch your step, sir.
I got problem concentrating.
Reventax had urged filers to apply online, but for a while the system had apparently crashed. One after another, callers to the link complained about not being able to get through, getting frozen out, and worse. Marie Lazama is DRT's deputy director.
What I can do is I can go and double check, but as far as I know, the system is up and running.
Okay, so Marie, what you're saying is that there was a PDF of the application that was released by Adeloop and Reventax that was circulating, and
Yes.
people were filling that out and trying to submit that online. But
Right.
if you're filing online, the application is already in the website.
The application was to go live at 7 this morning.
Oh,
I
they're
just
not-
tried going on to myguamtax.com
Okay, I'm
and
sorry.
I can't even get in. So
We
yeah,
can't even
so
get into the website.
You can't get into
Yeah,
it.
Sabrina just tried logging in and we can't get in.
Okay, let me double
myguamtax.com.
check.
Okay, she's going to check that.
There was also a link caller who listened to others claim they were seeing other applicants' information when they logged on.
I'm not going to take too long because there's other people that need to get on. I'm just afraid for my personal information to be jeopardized. That's why this thing is not worth it.
In response, Adeloop sent a graphic indicating that by midday, 11,000 had filed online and about 900 had filed by drive-through.
Yeah. I didn't see Mr. Santos in there, but you have that clip that we put on Instagram? Maybe we'll play that later on.
The video yesterday?
Yeah.
It's on our Instagram.
Let's go to the phones here. We did have a caller with a question about the All Rise. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good day.
What's your question, sir?
Okay, the question is, good morning, Chris and Christine.
Yeah, Christine.
Sure.
Sabrina, Christine, okay.
It's close.
So the question is how is it determined on the first come first basis, as they said, on the all right applicant? So if you say if it takes like about 20,000 applicants at 1,600, and that will max out at 32 million.
Yeah, but sir, I just want to be careful there because we don't know if everyone who filed was a joint filer. I mean, I'm pretty sure there were a lot of joint filers.
We're just giving that estimate as I was hearing
Right.
over the radio.
Right. Yeah.
1,600 joint, that's already at 18,000. That will max out at 30 million. 18,000 some change. That I did my math on that. So if we got already 20,000, then wow, that's so my question is directly is how is it determined first come first basis on like the ones who filed through online and then the one that went up drive through and walk in?
Well, sir, it sounds like it should be pretty easy. First come, first serve, to me means first come, first serve.
Right.
Right, but
So
if you're,
let's
how do
say
you?
at 7 o'clock in the morning, let me say that online should be online,
Yeah.
and that person that applied, let's say the
Exactly.
very first person that applied, and then that person that drive up, and that person that walk up, all at 7 o'clock. So who determines there now? First come, first serve.
Good point. Exactly, sir. Exactly.
So.
And then the other point, I mean, we made this point yesterday, is I feel like with the website crashing, the whole thing is like suspect. And I understand that it eventually got up and running and that people got their applications in, but I just wonder if the money is used up. And I don't feel like it is, but we just don't know.
Yeah.
But if it is, like, what's the remedy for someone who just couldn't get their online filing done?
Yeah, I did that for like 3 hours until I finally got in, and then I got my confirmation number and all, and then later on I found out that as of 9 a.m. 11,000 has filed online. I'm like, wow. Then where was I at? Was I 11,001?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know so what does the confirmation number look like? Is it like letters and numbers, or do you think it's like
It's just numbers. I think it's like 12-digit number.
Oh. So it's not necessarily like your confirmation number means you were number 700 or whatever.
No. It started off.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday was.
Let me just grab that my because what I did was I printed out for proof.
Yeah.
Now it did say there that if you do you'll be getting an email. Now is that confirmation of that you'll be getting the funds, the ORISE funds, because you got that email? Because I didn't get an email, but I did get my confirmation number. And
I don't know. We're getting Daphne on. Oh, guys, we're getting Daphne on 8:15. Okay, so we'll ask her what the process is, but
yeah,
they're still trying to figure out. Yeah, it is. They're still trying to figure out yesterday. That is not just a good question, sir. That is the question.
Okay.
That is the question. How are we going to do first come? Because Lana, you told us first come, first serve, and now it's corrupted.
Yeah.
You're going to get the third person who's really going to be first because the first person couldn't refresh the website.
I was thinking about that all night. I was thinking about that all night last
You
night
lost
too.
sleep over that, didn't you?
Yeah, because I was like, okay, there's an audit trail that you could do, but it's like, by no fault of anybody's own, they weren't able to get in. That's a tough one.
Jonna J. Manahani comments in, my adjusted gross income was way less than 80,000, but the system said I'm over 80,000 and don't qualify.
Were you filing as a joint filer?
I don't know. It's on Facebook. Yeah.
We got that clip of
Jojo
Mr.
Guerrero
Science if you guys
comments.
want it.
We got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in your folder.
Jojo Guerrero comments, should just give everyone with or without filing. Just give all the people. Yeah, I don't know.
Sir, did you say you got the confirmation in your email or you didn't?
No, I didn't, but I did get my confirmation online showing, everything.
Did you check your spam, junk mail?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everything.
Did you check your corned beef folder?
Yeah, corned beef, everything.
Okay, all right. Yeah, check all your Latin Cutney folders.
So I got my confirmation number here. It started off with 992.
Yeah, okay. So I don't think it has anything to do with your place in line.
Right. So and then numbers all the way down.
I think you have to get an email. But we'll I don't know.
Yeah. We're getting Daphne. That's all I'm going to say.
Because I think it was one of our photogs. I was like, did you get an email? And he was like, yeah, but it took him 3 hours, though, to, kept on, just like...
Yep.
How's your fingers okay, though?
How's your causes from pressing refresh all day?
In my brain, I remembered every question there.
Memorize the application.
Hey, thank you, sir.
He kept kicking me out, and I come back in, and I remember everything. So I even remember my name, man.
Oh, Aaron Redoble commented in the last 5 digits of confirmation is your number in line. We're going to verify that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Good luck.
Good luck.
All right. Can I borrow 100?
I know where you live, Chris.
Yeah. 6:44. Let's keep it going on the phones here. Good morning. Welcome to the link.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a question. I mean, I know this is for Daphne, but I'm just going to let everyone know out there.
Okay.
That my sister tried to file last night, and she turned in her tax refund. I mean, her W-2 forms, and it was stamped for May. But it says that she doesn't have a valid 2020 tax refund when she went to My Guam Tax. So I'm just letting you know that they won't be qualified automatically. I mean, I even read an article in PDN, I believe.
Yeah, no, we've had all the eligibility requirements, and you do have to have a validly processed and filed
2020?
2020 return.
Yeah, that was the one thing I think a lot of people are getting mistaken about that, because even if they get it stamped and it's not processed,
Correct.
like in their system, they're not qualified.
Exactly. That's what we've been
So I
saying all
feel
along.
bad for those. Yeah, I feel bad for those who lined up, because honestly, they even if they filed one, it doesn't mean it's processed.
Correct. I actually got a lot of messages about that. People who were saying that they filed ever since May was what I was getting a lot of messages about, and that it wasn't. You're right, and that's another thing about it is.
They should have let the people know, though, like a certain, if you filed after this date, instead of them wasting, time to line up and everything. It's really sad. I mean, the only way you're going to find out is if you actually go to My Guam Tax. It'll show you that you didn't file the 2020, even though you got it stamped. So
I mean,
I'm just saying.
It's unfortunate that we waited all year to do this. I mean, the governor could have paid it out way earlier in a much more simpler fashion, but we waited all year, and then it was like, okay, this is how we're going to do it. Okay, this is how you're eligible. Okay, ready, set, go. And people just didn't have enough time. I heard from people who didn't file their 2020, and the question we asked Daphne was, how can these people get in their validly processed filed 2020 return in a week, which is impossible.
Surprised it wasn't for 2019 though.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
Actually, on their side,
Yeah, they should have made it for
I'm
2019.
just letting people know that if you line up, you're just going to waste your time, because, it's automatic. Whoever got it, like, after a certain day, I don't know if it's May 4th, 5th, or something. If you really, really didn't receive a check, then pretty much it's not processed in their system.
Yeah, we heard a lot about that.
To save people's time and energy.
Well, that was the eligibility starting off. But I agree with you, Bree. They should have made it. I mean, the intent was to help people with this money,
a year ago,
not to make it so difficult that people are just like, oh, it's too complicated. Never mind.
Okay, just wanted to let the viewers, the listeners out there know if they're, if they're parking that. I mean, if they're just going to give a manual, even if you say yes that you got it filed, if it doesn't show in their system, then you're just wasting your time. Just
Thank you.
Have a great day, but thank you so much.
Okay, stay safe.
Be safe.
Here's an interesting comment from Jojo Guerrero in our comment stream. You guys says, just letting you guys know the confirmation letter takes hours to be emailed to you.
Yeah,
from a
figured.
few moments ago. My other half didn't get his email till like after 6 hours. Now, some online systems, like if you're going in somewhere like on Netflix, if you change your password, immediately it'll say, do you want to change your password? Some other systems may take a while, and we're not sure if this is related to the outage yesterday.
6 hours is it usually takes 6 hours. I mean, is that an average time?
No, that's a little lengthy, but I'm wondering if it because
little or like a lot.
Your information has to be verified or like something like that. I'm not sure how much of that has to do with like the outage yesterday or the problems that we're going through, but I know if you try and renew your driver's license, usually it takes about maybe like half an hour maybe until the.
Well, let's take another call before we head to the Zoom room. Good morning. Welcome to the link. Hi. Okay. Strong silent type. At 6:49, let's go to the Zoom room real quick. We have the Revenue Tax Oversight Chair, Senator Sabina Perez, joining us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Jason, and to the listening audience.
Good morning.
Hear the previous caller, and as far as the eligibility requirements, really kind of preventing a lot of the people that need this to get the All Rise program. As you know, I sent a letter to the governor yesterday saying that, we really need to extend the deadline and remove the caps. I mean, $30 million probably equates to about 36,000 filers. Yeah. And I think last year there was about 65,000 people who filed. And even if we accepted everybody, I think there's enough money in the pot. Help everybody. to make it the true All Rise that it is. Yeah, it's unfortunate that people are having to deal with the stress, both within the community and also the employees of DRT. I mean, there's only so much that we can do, right? But we need everybody working together. I mean, this is one of those things where, we have to help each other. Ultimately, this money is to help those in need, I think. And there is money that's there. It's just a matter of reprioritizing. And this money is going to circulate back into the economy. So I think it's going to help both ways.
But you wrote your letter. You got a response, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's holding firm to the 30 million, unfortunately. I think it's really about I guess where are the priorities. The whole purpose of aid is to help those who have been impacted by COVID. And the system that's currently, or how it's being implemented, is really kind of exacerbating some of these inequalities. I do want to urge the listeners to continue to submit their applications, though, even though their returns haven't been processed. DRT actually, they've been averaging, I think they've been able to process returns, within the 6 months, possibly. Yeah, they're doing their best to try to comply, but I think they're doing it in quicker time. As far as getting the money out, that's the responsibility of Department of the Treasury of Guam to get that money out. But the returns are being processed quite timely. Yeah, don't let that deter you if you find that your return is past May. Continue to apply.
But Senator, if they apply and their refund's not processed, that just means that they're ineligible, right?
At this time, but DRT is also processing returns, and they're working pretty timely. I think I hear that they're working pretty quickly to try to get through the returns amidst all the implementation of the All Rise. Right. But yeah, just don't let that deter you. Just continue to apply.
We know that it was a struggle for a lot of people. It was very unnerving to see the video of how many people were lined up, how they camped out, overnight, and then the obvious website problems that unfolded real time right here on the link, and then we started to see the reaction from the governor in text messages. The deputy of Rev and Tax didn't even know the website was down until we told her about it. But if you look at the governor's social media, they're kind of turning this into a win. What do you make of that? Because at the end of the day, from Adaloop's perspective, they're saying that, oh, well, yeah, all that's happened, but we still received 20,000 applications.
Yeah, it just shows that our community is really in need, and we need to address this. I think that needs to be, it's pretty evident that our people in need, and the response is not sufficient. I feel that, I think this is something that, we should, we're kind of trained to do. I think growing up here in Guam is we come to people's aid, during, whether it's a typhoon, now, a different type of emergency. This is this is a public health emergency, and with impacts to our economic, financial impacts as well. Basically, it's like we can't continue doing what we were doing in the past to really address this. I don't see the response, and we haven't heard what the plan is for the ARP money.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes you wonder, what can senators really do?
Yeah.
I mean, write a letter, and the governor will come back with, like, it's I have the authority.
Yeah.
It's.
I'm not even sure
You can't
what
say anything. I mean, what can senators do?
It's like you guys are struggling to find your role, and I mean, you're supposed to be a co-equal branch of government, but I hate to say it, the governor is kind of, I don't want to say rendered you guys useless, but Sabrina has a point. The most it seems like you guys can do, and it's not for lack of trying. I know you're passionate or whatever, but writing letters and that's it, and Like, what can we do? We asked for the plan for months. No plan. You ask for the
Yeah, we
rise to be
overrode-
played. They don't pay it. She comes with this new program that's a total cluster mess. So I don't know. I want to bang my head on the wall. It's frustrating.
Yeah, we overrode the veto too for Bill 75. So, I mean, that is law. You're right. It's very difficult to get some sort of a response, or at least the response that we need in the community. There is time still, and I know there are other bills coming through to help kind of address that. So that is definitely weighing in on my decision as far as my vote for many of these bills that are going to come through, as far as, you know, holding making the legislature a co-equal branch of government.
Right. Maybe you guys should do a bill to make the legislature a co-equal branch of government. Hold on, Senator. We're going to take a call real quick. Oh, man. The Link, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Better than yesterday. It was just so disgusting yesterday to see that whole process. I mean, I'm thinking of this woman who has been elected to govern our island, and I'm also thinking, wasn't she in healthcare? I mean, shouldn't you have some kind of compassion? You're a woman, a mother, a wife, a sister, a daughter. How could you come to a decision that has subjected the people to all this unnecessary chaos? I mean, to see our Manumku out there in the line, didn't they suffer enough when they fought for all of our freedoms today? It's pathetic.
You forgot to say nurse.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, she's a retired nurse. I mean, shouldn't there be some kind of compassion in there being in that field?
I know. I thought the future was. I thought the future was Familao, and what happened? She's worse than a man.
I'm honestly going to agree with you there, because this is probably by far one of the worst administrations that our island has seen. This woman has not made any public appearances. Her appearance in the public or the community has been very scarce, hiding behind her social media posts after she hired whatever the hell that was for social media consulting. You know, come on out. I have seen you guys out there with the community. As the risk you guys are taking, I have seen our superintendent going out to the schools. I have not seen our governor anywhere but on her Facebook page or Twitter. What's that going to do? That doesn't answer questions. And even when we do reply to her post, we get nothing.
Man, we have the smartest listeners.
Yeah. It's like
that's just part of the commentary. I mean, it was just so sad to see that our Manumku had been subjected to all of that.
Mm-hmm.
They should not have to. I heard the gentleman who had to leave
his wife, right? His disabled wife.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that did it for me yesterday. I was
even in the old gentleman when Chris was out there doing the interview. I mean, they can barely stand. I mean, there's even just to stand up for your driver's license, it's a long freaking process. Why would you want our Manumku, our disabled, our veterans to come out there and do something like this? It's very disappointing.
Yeah.
You would expect, you know, a woman, I'm not saying that men are wrong, but you would expect a woman to have a little bit more compassion in her heart to not want our people to go through things like this.
Feel you.
All right, but you guys are doing a great job. Thank you so much for siding with the people. I listen to you every morning, and just a little bickering, that kind of puts me in a good mood. So thank you so much for being there for the people.
Thank you.
Sometimes it's healthy to emote.
Jay?
Sometimes it's healthy to emote, too.
I'm at this point where I'm sure we all remember the movie Beetlejuice.
Oh, yeah.
You know, those scenes where they step out and you're in a whole new place. I kind of feel like that when I leave my house.
Yeah.
I'm safer inside.
Yeah. Well, you be safe, okay?
All right, you guys too. Have a great day.
Thanks for your support.
Take care.
All right.
Oh, man. You know, sadly, Senator, a lot of people feel that way.
Yeah, so, I think the online filing, I mean, if that's definitely, I think, the way to go, because the processing happens much quicker.
Yeah.
And I think, that you're right. It is a hardship that an unnecessary hardship that people are put. But in terms of still applying, for those that haven't applied, online filing is the preferable way to go. I've heard that it took like maybe 5 minutes in the afternoon, so it did clear up in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And I heard that some people were able to do it within 5 minutes. It's still, I still want to encourage people to still apply, despite the processing of if their tax returns haven't been filed or haven't been processed. DRT is getting to them.
Will it kick you out? Will it kick you out of if you're filing online and your tax hasn't been validly filed?
I think there's a screen that pops
I believe
up.
not.
No?
Yeah, I believe not. They would have
okay,
to.
it would still go through. Okay.
I believe just continue to submit it.
What would you say to those? So you're telling people to continue to submit it, but like we discussed earlier, and even with you, we don't know where we're at with the $30 million. But I would do the same. Hey guys, go apply, and then if there's so many of you that didn't get money, make a lot of noise, and then maybe the governor will cave and lift the cap a little bit so that everybody gets some.
Yeah, I think so. I think don't have them be the one to tell you that you're not eligible.
Right. Hey, you got a couple.
It's a moving target because DRT is still processing.
Correct. Yeah. And when I talked to Daphne early this morning, she said that they began processing yesterday morning, and they don't have a read on how many applications are for single and how many are for joint filers. But Senator, before we let you go, you do have was a couple of public hearings this morning?
Yes, it's for a nomination, Claire Delgado for the Real Estate Commission, and then I have two bills for Guam EPA. One of them would remove the caps for penalties, and this was in response to the Marble Cave incident. So we want to encourage people to provide testimony.
By any chance, did you meet with any of the U.S. EPA representatives that were on island, or do you know anything about their visit or what they may have found based on their inspections?
No, I haven't gotten the briefing from Walter yet, so he was going to provide some information on that.
Today? Is he going to provide you information today?
He is actually probably a separate briefing. Okay. I'm not sure. I have to follow up with it.
Okay. Yeah, we've been trying to get an update on what happened during that visit, so.
Maybe they're working on the video. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
Hang in there.
We'll be watching at that public hearing, 9 a.m., right? 9 a.m.
Yeah. Bring it in, guys. Let's go, Guam. 1, 2, 3, go, Guam. Right on.
6, 7, 1.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
Yeah, guys, it's so easy to get down. I was down last night thinking about all this.
You were down last night?
Yeah, I was just oh, God. And, because we were in it yesterday morning, and I didn't really have time to process it until I laid down. I was like, holy Mac. Let's play this story. Actually, let's go to the...
we got that clip from Mr. Santos, I believe.
We'll get that on the phone. We'll get coming up. Yeah, we're going to switch gears now. Guys, COVID rules the day. Okay. Yeah. I know.
Read the numbers at least.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Before we go in with Dr. Hoa, we got Chima Mbakwan, the Chief Public Health Officer, coming up here at the bottom, or the bottom of the hour. So, Bree, the numbers reported last night from the Joint Information Center.
Okay, first, the island marked its 150th COVID-related fatality. According to the Joint Information Center, the patient, a 75-year-old man, passed away yesterday morning at the Guam Regional Medical City. He had no underlying health conditions, was not vaccinated. The number of people hospitalized for COVID-19 increased to 45. According to the JIC of that number, 8 receiving ICU level of care, 1 on a ventilator. Out of the 45 patients, a total of 26 unvaccinated, 2 unknown, which means 17 are vaccinated. Public Health reported 181 new cases of COVID from 1,567 samples that were taken on the 31st. Of the new cases, 91 were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 10,740 officially reported cases of COVID. 1,595 are active. The CARS guards jumped to 44. GDOE confirming 11 students, state employees testing positive. The students were from JFK, Attica Elementary, Price Elementary, Leaguewan Elementary, Tamuning Elementary, Weddingale Elementary, Estumbo Middle School, FB Leon Guerrero Middle School, Juan M. Guerrero Elementary School. There was a pair of cases at Ukadu High School. Employees were from Tamuning Elementary, Price Elementary, Carbolito Elementary, Finagayan Elementary, Juan M. Guerrero Elementary, and a pair at Maria Ujoa Elementary. This brings a total of GDOE students who've tested positive for COVID since the beginning of the school year to 137. The Port Authority also confirmed that a vaccinated employee tested positive for COVID but contracted it outside of the port and was identified through contact tracing. The port's contact tracing team identified all close contacts there. 19 employees have been identified as close contacts and will be scheduled for testing with public health. The port also reports that 85% of port employees are fully vaccinated. Now, if you want to get tested, it continues testing at the old Carnival grounds in Teedson from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. As for vaccinations, you can go to the clinic at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. And just real quickly, update on the All Rise. 20,534 applications were received as of close of business day yesterday. Of those applications, 4,359 waited in line to file, and 16,175 people filed online. Island residents who are eligible can apply for the governor's All Rise program. It is on a first-come, first-served basis. The governor, meanwhile, also responded to calls from multiple senators to lift the $30 million cap on our All Rise program. Senators, including Republicans Tony Atta, Tela Taitigui, and Democrat, as we just saw, Sabina Perez, wrote the governor, urging her to lift the cap in light of the apparent confusion and anxiety created by the rush to get applications filed. The governor wrote, quote, "While I have stood firm in the use of $30 million from the American Rescue Plan, my discretion on this amount takes into account the competing priorities for our entire community over the extended period for which these funds have been given." So basically, she said no.
No, that was cold. You know, it was really cold to the governor. She sent the same letter to all three senators. It was like a form letter.
They were busy. So.
Yeah. Good morning. It's 7:07. Dr. Ho Wen. He's the former chair of the Physicians Advisory Group with American Medical Center. But obviously, we value his perspective as it has been one of the leading voices throughout this pandemic. So just because he resigned from the PAG, I don't feel that renders his opinions or his points of view useless. And so thanks for coming on. With that being said, Doc, I got to say, you were one of the voices early on predicting this surge, calling for the measures. And here we are, 181 cases reported last night, hospitalizations 45, 26 unvaccinated, 17 vaccinated. So not really much of a difference there. 150th death. Doc, you mentioned the last time we talked that it's going to get worse. We're still climbing up the hill. How about today?
Yes, we're still going to get worse. We still climb up the hill. We had to do things significantly different in order to kind of curb this surge here. And it's including initially from the testing strategy. And again, testing strategy is really help to identify the positive in a very rapid fashion that we can let the people know, isolate at home, so kind of decrease the transmission of the virus to other people. And that's the one of the key battle is rapid identification of the positive or the people that are infected. So it started at the clinic level and started at the testing fairground at Tijan. So I think that they are now finally moving away from the PCR testing, which kind of greatly delayed the identification of the positive. And I think they're going to use now the rapid antigen test, which is better than the PCR in kind of identify the positive right away. So this initial move, this move right here will will help the curb the virus. We are about 3 to 4 weeks late for doing that, but it's okay. It's better late than never. So I think that's the part where it's important for them to change into rapid antigen tests, and if they can, I think if they move to the Abbott ID, be better. But no, I think the rapid antigen test is a much better strategy than the PCR testing at this point. So thank you for listening, and I think that's the part where it's important for us to do that. The other part is that I can see that a lot of our business, GSRA and other business have put out a letter yesterday, voluntarily, asked the business to kind of curtail down to 50%. That will also help the curve to surge. There's only one business that I truly worry about is the bar. It's not to put all the bar in the same category or the same basket, but we know for sure, 100%, that in every surge and in Guam or anywhere in the world, just like Korea, Japan, that once the bars open, the numbers start to go up. So in this past few weeks, we identified like 5 or 6 bars that have cluster there, and public health have problem do contact tracing in the bar, as you remember. Because it's hard for the bar to identify the customer for various reasons. So when you have 100% occupancy in the bar, you ask for problems. I'm not quite sure why they are allowed to be 100% occupancy. So I apologize for the bar owner, just because I don't think the owner bar are doing the same thing, but the few rotten apple really make everything worse for everybody.
Well, we even had Mo from Moses on, and she was even saying that it's hard at 100% capacity to kind of police everybody about mixing tables and wearing the masks. So, and I just got to say, what does it say to you when you have these businesses who pretty much for the whole pandemic have been, complaining that they haven't been able to open, and now they're saying, "Whoa, COVID is everywhere. We're going to dial back on our own," without anything coming out from the governor.
Yeah, I think that's responsible business. Chris Sabrina, I think they're responsible. I think most is one of the responsible business that they identify that there's a risk, and I think she did a very good job and kind of put some restriction there at her place. And that's the reason why the responsible business, like most, I wouldn't apologize to put in the same place, but beautiful restaurant, very good food, and there's a barn there, but they know, and they make the correction to themselves, like I say. But a few of them that have this cluster, and it's kind of hard to group in the one thing, right? But we know for sure that when you do 100% of the bar, which can have 100 people in the bar, I do not matter is a vax or unvaxxed, they will transmit the virus and they bring it home. So that's one section of business that you really have to carefully look at and not allow to be 100% occupancy in order for us to curb this surge. Because, we know now that vax or unvaxxed, we do transmit the virus the same. So that's why it's no sense to, again, continue to segregate our people into vax and unvaxxed. We all need to be in one voice and do one thing and respect each other. Back to basic with masks and social distance and washing your hand, and encourage people to get immunized to decrease hospitalization. But at this point, we have to do the testing, which they change now. Now they need to clamp down the gathering, especially in the bar stuff. So again, this isn't. I don't think anyone will question about 25 people gathering limit outside and 10 inside. That's so when you open bar 100%, it doesn't make sense because people will not stay in the table at 10. They will walk around with no mask on.
Right.
The restaurant, for example, Chris, I tell you, that's absolutely, I don't remember any breakout in the restaurant. They have the most mitigation restriction they put in place to keep the customers safe. And again, my hats to the restaurant business that they did so much in order to keep open. And right now, I don't, like I said, I don't remember there's any cluster in the restaurant. So, but very good to do that. So,
there was a Subaki, Doc.
To Subaki is remember they closed it down. Okay, it's from the employee and it's not from the customer, right? I'm talking about customer brought it in. So Subaki from the employee. So that's totally different things. And I don't think that so much customer that turned positive in Subaki. It's all the employee that turned positive. That's what I'm talking about. If they do mitigation factor, then the customer won't get affected, Miss Sabrina. So Subaki don't consider a cluster because it's not the customer that get infected. It's basically the employee part. Okay.
Doc, I mean, you've advised the governor in the past, very recently. So why haven't we seen that call? I mean, for these businesses to come out and say, "Yo, everyone, let's dial back to 50% occupancy because the spread is rampant." Is it because the governor doesn't want to appear wishy-washy, where she's going to come out one week and then everyone took a big crap on her vax unvax thing and then she had to dial that back, and now it's if she come out and announce another measure, it's just too much? Because I don't know. To me, it just seems kind of like it's justified. Like we're in this crazy surge, and if these businesses themselves again are calling for self-limitation, which is pretty cool. I think a lot of people are doing that. A lot of people are kind of course correcting without the governor's leadership, which I think it says something.
Yes, I think, like I said, people are responsible, and again, business want to stay open, right? And I think because ultimately, if the number keep going up and stay triple digit, I think someone will reactively say it's going to shut everything down, and we back to peak hole one, and that's not what the business want, and that's what no one wants, So in order for us to work together, business are very responsible. So they did that on their own, just because we all have to stay open. That's the thing, because we all have to do this. But you have to have a great decision in order for us to help the business and the community and hold on together and go through this thing. Again, hard decision need to be made, so like I say, the only thing now on the curve, this virus, is I'm going to ask again for the bar to be restricted. It doesn't matter to be vaxxed or unvaxxed. We got to stop doing that. Really, we have to stop. We all are the same. But we have to put a lot of restriction on the section of the business, which right now the only thing that I can look at that at risk right now is the bar business. But everything else, I think that they are holding their own and they take the necessary precaution already. So the challenge is the bar and restaurant mixture. Just like Mosa, but again, Mosa, I tell you, she did very good, and thank you so much for doing that. To do the change that they make, just to make sure that the customer are safe. So I would say that that's a responsible business. So again, the bar need to be restricted 100%. There's no doubt in my mind that data show there. I can name 5 or 6 bars, which I cannot. But the cluster is there. Okay.
Doc, we did have a comment here because we're seeing such a high number of positives, but and there's obvious hospitalizations, right? But a lot of people who are getting the virus are doing like the home treatment, right? Home isolation. So can we talk a little bit about the treatment angle of it? And I know you sent me something about Regeneron, which is at the hospital level. So maybe we could start like for those people who come in who test positive, maybe milder symptoms, so they're going to do the home isolation. What works for that? And then what works treatment-wise and in the hospital setting?
Okay. Oh, I'm going to approach this in a different way. Okay. Regeneron have been there since the last surge in August of last year. It's an IV treatment for outpatient, which is, it's really the only very effective means for us to decrease your risk of being in the hospital or dying if you have the early IV treatment with Regeneron. Okay, it's been available since August of last year. Remember we stand up a tent at GRMC, and we set up the IV treatment, but we haven't used it, okay, since August last year. And it saved people's life. I can tell you that some people's life probably would not be lost if this thing went in place in August last year. And that's after the fact. But, it's something that it had to be identified rapidly at the test site. Chris Sabrina at the test site, okay? Because once you identify someone positive, the physician or the nursing staff have to do interview with the patient to identify the risk. Risk is, we have a lot of risk here in Guam. A lot of people will qualify for this. If you're over 65, that's one. If you have, symptom within 10 days to test positive, which a lot of people have. And the third one, their comorbidity. If anyone that have hypertension, diabetes, kidney disease, overweight, those are the three most common comorbidity that people end up in the hospital. If they can just have a number to call or a place to go, that they can have the IV treatment, which is only one time, and it takes about an hour and a half to give, it will save their life. They won't get sick. The chance they cut down the hospitalization. And it's something that we have since August of last year that we multiple times tried to stand up. But again, the question is, we keep hearing plan, but nothing happened. It had to start at the public health site.
Hey, don't start talking about public health now, because we're getting Shimon after this, and he's going to spend half the conversation disagreeing with everything you just said.
If we cannot pass the message on right, and we cannot stop at testing. When you do certain tests, you have to be responsible to go to the next step, which is, you have to make the contact with the patient right away, okay, and identify, interview the patient. You just can't say the testing and then I tell you you're positive, and what next?
Yeah.
You have to answer the concern the patient that turned positive, right? I mean, that's what set us back at the clinic level so much, because every time we have a positive that we will, when we have to take my time out, all my physician will call the patient, interview them, ask the risk factor, and refer to GMH or GRMC for the IV treatment. That's the time that, again, the most positive I identify through public health. And that's what we really want to refine this thing to make sure that the process not stopping at the testing, and that's it. My hand is done.
Yeah.
Because when you do the testing, you are responsible for the patient, and you have to do that. Majority the private clinic take the time and do that. Maybe one or two don't, but again, most of the positive come from public health. So I think the guard are now standing up a process at the testing site to truly identify immediately positive and offer the IV treatment. And like I say, this is where it's so important now that we have to search, because we have hundreds of people positive, and this is where we're going to need to be very aggressive with offer the IV treatment to people decrease the hospitalization, because it's not all this 100, the percentage of people will end up in the hospital, and our hospital will already overrun by COVID already, and on top of the non-COVID admission. So again, it's very important now to educate the people out there that this IV treatment is available to you. So if you are from 65 or over, or if you're younger than that, which we have many in the 40, 50 that have diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease, or overweight, if you don't have a physician, I don't know, they need to stand up a number so people can call and find it.
Whatever.
If you have a primary care clinic, then call your clinic and say, hey, I've been identified positive at the public health testing site. What do I do now? I think most physicians and clinics will take an effort to kind of identify your risk and get you the IV treatment through the 2 hospitals.
Whatever happened to Bamlanivimab?
It's the same, Sabrina. It's the same thing as antibody. The monoclonal antibody, which is the same thing as when you get infection and your body make antibody to fight it, right? So it's the same thing. It's the same idea go down the line is that, hey, if I get an early infection, in order for me to prevent from it getting worse, is you give me IV treatment, I have antibody to fight the virus and will help me cut down severity and cut down my chance to be in the hospital. Just like when just think this as IV antibiotic. If you have infection and I give you IV antibiotic, you get better. Yeah. Just think about the pain. Okay, so again, I try to educate the public, and so that way they know the treatment is there for them. Yeah. Because so the people don't know that's there.
Yeah. So Doc, we had 181 positive last night. The day before it was over 200. So there's all these people that are at home isolating, and I think just want to get back to Chris's original question. Yeah. What should they be doing? Like, should they be taking vitamin C, zinc? What should they be doing?
Lysol.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a whole list of vitamins that can take as home remedy it's not to cure the virus. It's just increase the immune system. You can vitamin C. Okay. You can get vitamin D, D3. You can get zinc. You can place yourself on aspirin if you're not allergic to aspirin, and you can get melatonin to take at nighttime. So those are the mixture of cocktail vitamins that people can take, and that's readily available over the counter. Yeah, right? Just drive up to pharmacy. Yeah. Please don't get in. I'll send your family member to get it for you, but you can take that at home. Rest. Hydrate yourself. And that's what you that's what you do, and most importantly is really to monitor symptoms. Shorten the breath that you get to go to the emergency room right away. Yeah. Okay, and the most important thing also is that people need to get a pulse oximeter at home, so that way it's like $20 or something like that, just to check your oxygen level. Because remember, we talk about the silent hypoxemia that can happen with the COVID virus. So you need to monitor your oxygen, because once you hit that level, it's too late for you in the hospital. You have really short breath, so monitor your oxygen. Yeah,
Doc, when my son caught COVID, that was what the clinic had recommended was zinc, baby aspirin, vitamin D. But even when he took all those, he still he had the COVID with the aches, right, all over. So he was just so out of it, even with that cocktail of vitamins. So I guess it's just kind of case by case, right? Because some people have milder symptoms that those things would work better with.
Yeah. Yeah, so case by case, but right now what we concentrate on, Chris Sabrina, is identify the people that have high risk and get them the IV treatment. Like I say, you don't have to be in the hospital. So people need to know that, hey, it's an outpatient. Okay. So you come in, they do the workup, you spend about an hour and a half to get the IV treatment, and you go home. It's not admission to the hospital, so don't be scared of the hospital. So that's something that, now the challenge part is that the hospital is so short of nursing staff, and and they're overwhelmed right now. So I'm not sure how they're going to do this. This is where, our wonderful guards will stand up, and they do so much. And again, Chris Sabrina, this whole pandemic, I tell you, I have to say thank you to the guard member. Thank you to the private sector, just like GRMC and all the private clinics. They pull a lot of weight that we never recognize them. So again, our healthcare system is not just GMH; it's the whole community, including our guard member. I'm a retired guard member. It's my big family. So, thank you for them for keeping step up on the plate.
Doc, I want to go back to what you said about those who are overweight, have a hard time with the COVID. How overweight are you talking here? Are you talking like overweight, or how about if you're just a little bit husky, asking for a friend? What if you're just like a big boy,
You gotta check this.
Thick.
Anything like, I think they're talking about 25-30% BMI. So, a lot of us, including me, probably will fit in that category. So,
all right, Doc.
Really, to the public, that you have the Regeneron IV treatment available for you. Okay, if you test positive and you meet the category again, over 65, okay, if you have high blood pressure, diabetes, kidney disease, or overweight, please call your physician, and just contact. If you don't have a physician, just contact a clinic and inquire to see if the physician or provider can hook you up and arrangement for you to go to one of the hospital to get the IV treatment. Don't wait until you get worse, because once you get worse and you get admitted to the hospital, it's too late already. You can't get this one. So this one have to give before you get sick. So if you feel fine and you have those comorbidity, you call. Okay, don't wait till you start having symptoms. This treatment is mean to give you before you start to crash. Okay,
got it. Thank you, Doc.
Doctor's orders.
Doctor's orders. Ask for it by name. Give me some of that Regeneron.
And the vax and no vax, please, try not to go to a gathering. You guys are the same. There's no different vax and no vax. Okay, so I still highly encourage people to get vaccinated. So again, but you all should be treated the same. We are the same people, so we continue to be treated the same. I hope. Okay.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Be safe.
You too. You too, Doc. You
Have
too.
a good one, Doc.
Yeah, have a good one. We miss you. Okay,
Bye-bye.
there you go.
Bye.
Dr. Ho Wen. He's the former Physicians Advisory Group chair, and he's one heck of a fisherman. 7:33.
He won, right?
Yeah, he got second place in the International Derby.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, that was second?
Yeah.
That big swordfish you got?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's 7:33.
Doctor's orders. I like that.
Yeah, guys. So
the
that is.
governor has her executive orders. We got the doctor's orders.
637-0094. That's our number. Reach out and touch us. Here's who's coming up on the show. We're going in with Public Health. Chima Bakwem next. I got to tell you, after the break, Public Health pivoting. They're changing their strategy because of not just one. We're doing a lot of talk about the Delta variant, but we've also got the Alpha variant. Now, the Alpha variant is the first mutation of COVID-19. And so what Public Health is saying is that the reason why we're like this today, it's a combination of things. It's because we did let our guard down, and we've got two variants, the Alpha variant and the Delta variant, running rampant through our community.
50 cases of Alpha.
Yeah. So we're doing a lot of talk about Delta, but Alpha, remember, this is an aggressive strain of the COVID, and so is Delta. So we've got two aggressive strains in our community, widespread, and this has caused Public Health to do a little bit of a pivot that we're going to talk about with Chima after the break right here on the link. Good morning.
We have the world at our podcast network is back and on demand. featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
It's up to you what you wanna do in this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. All right. So if you're thick, you should be okay. Thick and juicy. Dr. Hoa said you'd be okay with the COVID, guys. 7:44. Good morning. Daphne Shimizu, the Revenue Tax Director. She's coming up at around 8:15. And then there was a really interesting announcement that came out from the Guam Chamber of Commerce, GHRA, and the Guam Women's Chamber. Bree?
Yes, they did. That, as a result of the continued spike in COVID-19, the Guam Chamber of Commerce, the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, and the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association are strongly urging establishments across all business sectors to take the necessary precautions recommended by Guam's medical professionals to keep customers and the community safe. They are asking businesses to consider reducing occupancy levels to ensure social distancing is maintained to keep the customers safe. 50% for all businesses. Maintain health and safety protocols. Watch your distance with 6 feet social distancing requirements. Wear your mask. Wash your hands. Proper contact tracing documentation. And encourage employees and customers to be vaccinated. So they came together, issued a joint press release. asking all business sector communities to hopefully join together and implement these recommendations.
I was texting with Phil of the venue, asking him how's it been, and he's saying it's been pretty slow, and that I feel like a lot of places are seeing an uptick in takeout orders, and that as these businesses announce and request their different member businesses to kind of dial back to 50%. I think just as a side effect of the governor's executive order mandating proof of vaccination, and also just our community kind of self-policing and dialing back because of this crazy surge, I think places are already kind of at 50%. It's been slow when I talk to people. So that really says a lot. And is it a precursor to an announcement from Adelup? Like, did these groups, they maybe know that, oh, there's something coming down, we better go ahead and do it on our own? I don't know, but again, I just got to say, it kind of says something when you have these businesses are saying, whoa, guys, let's dial it back a little, without the prodding, if you will. I don't know if that's the right word, from Adelup. 746, we talked about this surge. We're in week 5. We've seen 981, I want to say, cases over the last 7 days. Sorry, Bree.
What?
Yeah, that's that. Was that?
That's that look like, girl, pull that up.
Yeah, Nay?
Pull up those numbers.
Pull up the numbers. So we've seen over 900 cases in the last 7 days. The numbers reported, we had 181 reported last night, 206 the day before. We're just seeing COVID everywhere. On the day we had 206 cases, there were 30 reported out of U.S. Naval Hospital, including 15 active duty. Right? So we're seeing in the military community, definitely out here, outside the fence, the numbers, it's insane. It is insane, guys. And this has kind of caused public health to pivot a little bit. I was talking with Chima yesterday, and basically going back to the strategy we did last year. During the surge last year, it reached a point where contact tracing, and forgive me, I don't know if this is the right way to describe it, but it reaches a point where contact tracing is almost pointless because it is everywhere. And when these guys at public health try and contact trace, they're running into other bubbles, and it's just basically impossible. And so they're now asking people to go out and get tested. Isolate if you're positive. Inform your family members. Tell them to go get tested. So, Chima, this is kind of a big...
Quarantine if you're a close contact.
Yeah, quarantine if you're a close contact. This is a big pivot, Chima, and I think it's pretty alarming.
I think the way you explained it is actually the right way to explain it, because when you have high burden of cases, the intent here is to make sure that everyone who is exposed is properly isolated and their contacts quarantined. But we're also offering that test, and the reason being that like last year, when we had this number of cases, we were actually struggling with the original strain of the COVID-19 virus, and at that point it was taking up to 6 days for people to start showing symptoms or being and when it's actually detectable with the test. But with the Delta variant, it is a different ball game. For the individuals who are exposed, the viral load is high, the incubation period is shorter, the chances of spread is higher. So you're seeing people who were originally infected with the original strain, it was detectable within an average of 6 days. So that's why we're saying, okay, you wait to get tested on day 7. When you get tested, you quarantine you isolate, or you quarantine for 14 days. But now we're seeing a situation where the viral load is high, the exposure time is less. It takes a shorter time for it to appear. So we're seeing 4 days. So within that 4 days, if you're in a super spreader event, there's a shorter incubation period, which means there's heightened transmissibility within that short period. So you're seeing more people going to get infected. So what do? Cut off the super spreader events. People should stop large gatherings. People should continue wearing their mask so that we try as individuals, to cut off the spread, within our small circles before we even get into these bigger super spreading events. So that is what is going on. And for contact tracing, it becomes more difficult because of the short incubation period. Because you're seeing a situation where you have an index case who gets notified today, and then you have to interview that index case to give you their contacts. Within that space of time you're doing that, even if the person, at the time you tested the person, would have been his 4th or his 5th day, and then he's going back to give you the names of people he's been in contact with for 2 days, going back from the time he was tested or from his symptoms. So it becomes more difficult because with the Delta variant, it is more transmissible. It has a shorter period for it to become infectious. So that's why we're saying, go get tested, catch it on time, continue to wear your mask. If you know you've been in a situation where you believe you've been exposed, please go get tested. And for us at Public Health, we actually extended our testing. We are doing it every day of the week except Sundays, because we are giving people that opportunity to go get tested, know your status, tell your family members, tell your friends, But at the same time, wear your mask, continue to wash your hands, get vaccinated so that even when you get exposed, the risk of hospitalization is reduced. So I think that is the situation we're in now.
Chima, let me ask, because we know that the demand for testing has been very, very high, and it's led to people waiting hours to get tested over there at the TGen site. What have you guys done to alleviate that wait time? And are we looking at opening another test site location?
Yes, we actually explored opening another test site at somewhere in Dedido, but it's not very conducive now to open up that particular test site. But we're discussing this morning for another location. But the good thing is that the clinics are actually supporting us. The clinics the testing at the clinics have actually increased. I think one of the clinics actually reached out to us for more test platforms, to support the increase in testing. And then we're also seeing a lot of family members who get tested at TZAN, going with their family members to the private clinics to go get tested. So we're also seeing high number of cases coming from the high number of testing, coming out from the private clinics.
Yeah.
So there's a balance now, but the need to increase is there. We're ready to start off on Thursday, which is today, but because of the challenges with the site, we have to look for another site. Yes.
Right, Chima, but I think what led to a lot of the backup there was that you didn't have enough people administering the swabs. So have you guys done anything to get more people in there swabbing?
Yes, the National Guard actually trained 10 more swabbers to support the test site at TZAN. So we actually have the support that we need.
What about reopening the UOG field house as a testing site? Is that under consideration?
No, test site or vaccination.
Oh, I'm sorry,
site.
test. Yeah, are you looking at opening a test site at UOG?
That has been discussed too. Yes.
How about in the south?
We have the community health center that is actually doing the vaccines at the community health center.
Right. Chima, on the vaccines, we did have a comment here from Bev. Please ask Chima if there's a team dedicated to vaccinate homebound individuals, because every time I call weekly for follow-up, I'm being told that for homebound vaccinations, they are 5 to 6 weeks backed up. Public Health highly stresses to be vaccinated. Unfortunately, I can't go to the sites. I think this person is bedridden.
Yes, we actually have the homebound team that goes out Thursdays and Saturdays, but we're working on increasing that. Last week we had a meeting with UOG and GCC, and we're recruiting more nurses from the recently graduated nurses. We're actually onboarding a lot of them, because there's a high demand for tests now, and there's also a high demand for vaccination. So the need to increase that capacity is there, and we're working towards increasing that capacity. So I think before the end of next week, we would have seen a lot of improvement in those places. And then we're also actually working with HHS to Region 9 FEMA to send in 20 more vaccinators to the island. So we actually put in that request 2 days ago, and we are optimistic that by they are giving us like a week or two, all those people will be on the island. So we are reaching out for support, with our partners to increase testing and vaccination, and also at the lab. We're also going to get support for the lab because of the increased testing. We were actually testing between 300 to 500 daily, but now we're going up to 800 and 1,000. So there's a huge demand for tests. But the good thing is that people are going out to get tested. But the other thing is to remember that the test is a point in time test. So if you're positive right now, you can actually go out and get infected if you are not wearing your mask, if you're not washing your hand, if you're not keeping your distance. So I think the testing is important for people to know what their situation is at that point. But the advantage is that it gives you that rest of mind, and it also makes you aware that you're safe at that point. But it also needs another level of behavioral change on your side, to look at those public health recommendations that are basically there to make sure that you remain safe. So you test, you're safe, but for you to remain safe, you need to wear your mask, you need to keep your distance, you need to wash your hands. So all these are layered in such a way that an individual would have to follow all this. It's just not one against the other. So this is just making sure that people understand that you get tested, you know your status, but for you to continue to be safe, you need to get vaccinated, you need to wear your mask, and you need to keep your distance.
Can you clarify, what did you say about FEMA? You said FEMA's sending over people to help with testing?
We actually made a request for more vaccinators. So public health is actually recruiting on the side, with our discussions with UOG and GCC. But at the same time, we're asking for FEMA support for more vaccinators, because there's an increase in demand for these services in the community, and we're working towards making sure that we have the right resources to support it. We also have the gong too, and the gong has been extended to December. So within this short period, we're going to see a lot of improvement in services. And remember, this just hit us at a time where we thought everything was okay. But right now, this time last year, we had support from every sector of the community. The island was shut down. We had support from DOL. We had support from DOE. We had support from government entities. But right now, we are still open. We're operating as normal, but we're having these cases. So we're working towards striking a balance. But I think the community should be optimistic by next week we are going to get ahead of this.
How many vaccinators, like people to administer the vaccine? Are we talking like nurses?
What's the question again? Sorry.
Vaccinators. What are vaccinators? Are they nurses that administer the vaccine?
From an EMT to someone who has a nursing any kind of nursing certification can actually give out the vaccines. So we're expecting them to send people who are trained to give out the vaccines.
Are these the same as like travel nurses, but under FEMA?
No, this is different.
Okay.
How many did you guys request for?
We actually requested for 40. So we actually requested for 20 to support the vaccine. We requested for another 20 to support the Regeneron treatment for individuals that have COVID. So we actually requested for 40 people to join us, and with also the number of individuals that are being recruited from UOG and GCC, we're going to see a change, in the coming weeks.
Where would the 20 that you requested for Regeneron treatment, where would they be stationed? Like at GMH or?
No, we've identified a few sites where they can go to, but the thing is, having them on island first is key, and then the governor actually has a team that is working, quickly to set up this treatment site, and GMH is actually offering the treatment to their patients too, but I think what the governor is trying to do is, make it available for everybody, who is exposed or who has COVID. So that's why we're actually asking for that support. So this support is going to come in combination with our local support to do that. But the thing is that it is actually happening. The paperwork is out there. We had a meeting with the FEMA Region 9. We addressed the need, and they accepted, and they asked us to ask for the support. We've asked for the support, and we're optimistic we're going to get that support.
Is this like kind of like an alternate care facility kind of site?
Basically, that's what it should be, an alternate site, yeah, because we won't have. So what it is that the teams work in 5. So it's a team of 5. So we're asking for 20. So that is having the capacity to set up 4 sites, with this support from FEMA, and including our local support. So I think it's going to be robust. It's going to be. We're going to have a lot of opportunities for people to go get the treatment.
Okay, so you have the bodies, but don't you need like the equipment and the supplies to go with that, like the beds for the IV treatment for the Regeneron, or?
You have the IV, you have the injection part of it. So there are 2 ways to apply it. So you can either use the injection, or you can use the IV. So I think we actually have the support and the capacity to do that. I think what is important is, being able to have that capability on island, to support immunization, to support testing, to support treatment. I think looking at it holistically, I think the community would be better served, knowing that we have this strategy in place to help us at this point where we're having this surge.
So what's this strategy, this plan? What is this? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand what.
I'm sorry, guys. Stand by. We're going to jump over onto KUAM TV because we want to show everyone Chima's haircut. So stand by, guys. Breeze family, Facebook Live. Give us a sec here. We're going to jump over to KUAM TV with the link right now. Good morning. Good morning, Guam. Right on, it's 8:04. This is the link. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. Continuing our discussion with Chima Mbakwan, the Chief Public Health Officer. Sabrina?
Yeah, just wanted you to kind of explain. Is this like where public health is looking at getting facilities to be staffed by people from
FEMA?
FEMA?
Yes.
And so, Chima, I mean, just
to administer vaccines and Regeneron treatment.
Yes.
Okay.
Kind of like a COVID clinic or something? Like a...
No, so, for vaccines, so the way it works is you get tested, you're positive, right? You get referred to go get the treatment, right? So that is one. Then the other one is you come get vaccinated and then you go home because you're vaccinated, right? So then the third one is the test. So it all works differently, but it's at the same time is the same because you're getting tested to know your status and then you get treatment, if you're positive. Then if you are unvaccinated, we also support the vaccination. So it's about supporting testing, vaccines, and treatment. That's what it is basically.
Right.
So it doesn't have to be in the same room, And I don't think it is nice. It's okay to mix people who are coming to vaccinate with people who are getting treated.
Right. Yeah. Chima, let me ask, because it's a big pivot, right? We're moving away from contact tracing, and asking people to go get tested, to isolate if they're positive, to notify their close contacts. So we're kind of putting it on the people now because the spread is so overwhelming. So can you kind of just walk us through the process? Let's say like I have symptoms or whatever. I decide to go get tested. I'm notified by public health that I am in fact a COVID-19 positive. What do I do after that?
Okay, so the way it works is that we're not doing away with case investigation. We are continuing case investigation, but we are prioritizing case investigation. So when you have 20 cases, when you have 30 cases, it's easy for you to make those calls the same day, do the 2-hour intake, get all the names of the contacts, get the contact tracers to call them and schedule them for appointments, So it's a process. You need to tell me the names of the people you're involved with. You give me their phone numbers. I contact them to tell them they've been exposed. I tell them that, they need to go get tested. I schedule them to go get tested at the Northern Community Health Center. So that is the normal process, right? But as of today, what we're seeing is we have 100 cases today. We need to prioritize isolation first. So all these 100 people would have to be reached at the time the result is out to ensure that they are properly isolated. And that by doing that, we are trying to cut off new transmissions. When we do that, then the next, at the time you are isolating the individual, you're also telling them, because you've been exposed, please inform your family members to get isolated, to get quarantined, because they are exposed to you. When you let them know that, we also let you know that you can go get tested at Tizan, because, like I explained, the wait time for the Delta variant is different. Normally you're going to say, okay, quarantine for 5 days, 6 days, go get tested. But now we're seeing situations where people are coming to test when they've been exposed to family members 4 or 5 days before they go get tested.
Yeah.
So the reason is for people to go get tested and know their status, but also continue to use the mask and also continue to use the mask and protect themselves and the community.
Right, got it, guys. So just go get tested if you feel like you come into contact with somebody. And we're not just dealing with the Delta variant, Chima, the Alpha variant, you guys believe is also running rampant in the community, and these are two aggressive strains.
Yes, and like from the variant reports we've had in the past few months, we've had the Alpha variant, which used to be the UK variant. It is predominant on the island from the genome sequencing results that we have. But when we got the first case of the Delta variant, which was around May, then we had the the second batch that came in on August 11, and then the last one that came in on August 20. But what we're seeing now is that you have the UK variant that is predominant based on the reports that we had previously. But you're now seeing more cases that actually fit the profile of the Delta variant because of the high transmissibility. So we're now struggling with, we're now seeing increase in the community that is reflective of the transmissibility of the Delta variant and the UK variant. But what it translates to is that the variants are here. COVID is here right now. We need to be aware that it's here, and we need to make sure that, we take care of ourselves and the community by following the recommended preventive measures that has actually saved us over this whole pandemic.
Chimo, we got to let you go because we're going to do the news, but I wanted to ask about, are we seeing any cases related to travel? Because we don't have the quarantine in place, right? And I know Saipan reinstituted theirs. Is there a need to maybe revisit our policy on quarantine for incoming travelers?
No, right now we, because people who have travel-related history most times do not indicate on the intake forms. There's no way to capture that. Yeah, but when we had the quarantine, you were going to test, 100 people, 200 people that arrived. Already that they have a travel history because they are in quarantine. But now people are going home and maybe getting tested 2 weeks after the return from travel. And in the intake form, they don't indicate that they had a recent travel, so there's no way we can capture it. So we can't really, at this point, you can't point at travelers because they are not indicating that on their form.
So we just don't even really know because people aren't indicating it.
Yeah, like I've always said, it's what you tell us. We don't make things up. That's why if you look at the intake form, is long. We ask a whole lot of questions because every question is important. Where have you been in the last 2 weeks? Where have you been? Do you have any travel? Because for case investigation, if you live in like I described the prioritization, if we see a case in the prison today, or we see a case in the barracks today, that takes priority for case investigation.
I see.
Because it's a congregate setting, and there are more chances of spread amongst those who are in that particular setting. It becomes the priority for the case investigators. So right now, that is how we're prioritizing case investigation to mitigate against new infections, new transmissions. So the balance is the information that we ask for actually help drive what our strategies will look like, moving forward.
Right.
So we ask people to please, make sure that they take time to fill out those information because we really need them to make decisions.
Chima, we're getting a lot of comments about the number of vaccinated, unvaccinated positives over the last few months. Do you guys keep that data?
I think it's they publish it in the JIC. I think it's there. I think you asked me this before, and I'm sure it's in the report that is reported daily.
Yeah. Hey, so what else is happening? Is there something happening tomorrow?
Tomorrow, like testing or
no? Like, is it somebody's birthday tomorrow?
Chris.
Yeah, here we go, guys. You ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Chima. And everyone else's birthday is today, too. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. Achoo, it's not COVID.
May the dear Lord bless you.
Achoo, it's not COVID.
May the dear Lord bless Chima. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, guys. I just want to make one birthday wish. Please go out, get tested, get vaccinated, continue to follow public health recommendations. Help us as a community, as brothers and sisters, to get us out of this predicament we're in now, and I'll be happy for the rest of the year. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Chima.
Thank you, Chima.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Y'all are some good singers.
What? No, I just stand back and let you guys sing. It's 8:15. Good morning. Yeah, we had a lot of comments on this. Someone put, Sabrina, can you ask him a question and get him riled up one time for the boys? Yeah, do we need to look at quarantine? I don't know. If they're not filling out the forms, and Chima says they use the forms to drive their policies, it kind of seems like we're flying blind. Good morning. Let's go ahead and do the news, shall we?
Okay.
Yeah. We'll take a break, and Sabrina's going to...
No, go ahead.
Okay, you ready? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, fine. Let's go. 8:15, Thursday, September 2nd. Daphne Shimazu Reverend Tax is coming up in a matter of moments. So we'll get into the news, right, with Sabrina Salas-Mantanani from the KUAM News Team. Good morning.
Half a day, everybody. The Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol investigating a car crash that occurred early this morning in Chalanpago near the church there. 2 men were transported to Naval Hospital with CPR in progress. The island marks its 150th COVID-related fatality. According to the JIC, the patient is a 75-year-old man. He passed away yesterday morning at the Guam Regional Medical City. He had no underlying health conditions and was not vaccinated. The number of people hospitalized for COVID-19 increased to 45 last night. According to the JIC, of that number, 8 receiving ICU level of care, 1 on a ventilator. Out of the 45 patients, a total of 26 were unvaccinated, 2 unknown, 17 vaccinated. Public Health reports 181 new cases of COVID from 1,567 samples taken on the 31st. Of the new cases, 91 were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 10,740 officially reported cases of COVID, with 1,595 cases in active isolation. The CAR score jumps to 44. GDOE also confirms 11 students and 8 employees tested positive. Students were from JFK, Attica Elementary, Price Elementary, League One Elementary, Tamuning Elementary, Weddinga Elementary, Estumbo Middle School, FB Leon Guerrero Middle School, and Juan M. Guerrero Elementary. There was a pair of cases at Ukadu High School. Employees were from Tamuning Elementary, Price Elementary, Carbolito Elementary, Finagayan Elementary, Juan M. Guerrero Elementary, Benavente Middle School, and a pair at Maria Ujoa Elementary. This brings a total of GDOE students who've tested positive for COVID-19 since the beginning of the school year to 137. The Port Authority of Guam also confirming that a vaccinated employee tested positive but contracted it outside of the port and was identified through contact tracing. The port's contact tracing team has identified all close contacts there. 19 employees total have been identified as close contacts and are being scheduled for testing with public health. As well, 85% of the port employees are fully vaccinated. COVID testing continues at the old carnival grounds in Tidzen from 8 a.m. to 12 noon, as well the vaccination clinic still being held at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. In other news, according to the governor's social media, 20,534 applications were received as of close of business day yesterday for the all-race program. Of those applications, 4,359 waited in line to file, and 16,175 people filed online. Island residents who are eligible can apply for the governor's all-rice program. It is on a first-come, first-served basis. The governor, in the meantime, has responded to calls from multiple senators to lift the $30 million cap for the all-rice program. Senators including Republicans Tony Atta, Tello Taitigui, and Democrats Sabina Perez wrote the governor urging her to lift the cap in light of the apparent confusion and anxiety created by the rush to get applications filed. The governor wrote, quote, "While I have stood firm in the use of $30 million from the American Rescue Plan, my discretion on this amount takes into account the competing priorities for our entire community over the extended period for which these funds have been given." With more news, here's Tyler Metanani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenos and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. As the numbers continue to soar, the Guam National Guard was deployed to GMH Wednesday to help the hospital hold the line. Daniel Perez reports.
It hasn't been needed in months, but a blue med tent was erected at the Guam Memorial Hospital to handle the overflow of emergency room patients. National Guard Public Affairs Officer Mark Scott.
It's like a field hospital where you can do safe and sanitary medical practices outside of the hospital itself. Part of the thing that makes it sanitary is that there's negative pressure, so air is being filtered out. There's other things in place that are barriers to the outdoors that keep it sanitary.
According to GMH Administrator Lillian Posadas, the Blue Med tent is just one of the many measures they've implemented to handle the increase in COVID and non-COVID patients. On Tuesday morning, GMH had a total of 162 patients, 21 of which were COVID-related. Posadas adds that like last year, they've had to reopen their COVID care units and are continuing to shift non-COVID patients as well as staff to the skilled nursing facility in Barragata Heights to make room in the Tamuning Hospital. The tent, according to Scott, is part of the strategy to help GMH handle the load.
It's about 9 or 10. Of course, with COVID, there's some spacing that's additional to some other practices they might need. But based on what we had last time, because these were erected back last year in October, November, we saw about 9 or 10 per tent.
If COVID numbers continue to rise, Scott adds that the National Guard will be on standby.
So right now, there's one, and as needed, if there's any more available, we're always going to be ready, and we're always going to be there to answer the call and put up more if need be.
And just as the Guard answers the call, they're asking the community to do their part.
It's important to say, for everyone to please continue to stay safe. The main idea here is to protect the hospitals from becoming overrun. We don't want to see what happened last time when there was a surge, right? And some of the staff has been going at it pretty hard for a long time. So please continue to stay safe, protect yourselves, and protect each other.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Daniel Perez.
Meanwhile, the top business organizations are sounding the alarm over the spike in infections. The GHRA, the Guam Chamber, and the Women's Chamber issued a joint release to all local businesses, strongly urging them to take the necessary precautions recommended by Guam's medical professionals to keep customers and the community safe. They are encouraging businesses to reduce occupancy to 50% and to enforce the now familiar 3 Ws. Watch your distance with 6 feet social distancing, wear your mask unless actively eating or drinking, and wash your hands. They also remind businesses to record proper contact tracing documentation and to encourage employees and customers to be vaccinated. The U.S. Department of Justice has filed a civil complaint against the government of Guam and the GovGuam Retirement Fund on behalf of several employees who serve in the National Guard. The feds claim GovGuam violated the Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act of 1994, also known as USERRA. 4 firefighters and a GDOE employee were named in the case. They allege that while on active duty status, they were not credited service towards retirement for the time they were using donated leave as part of the government's leave sharing program. As a result, these employees suffered reduced pension annuities, which will impact them for the rest of their lives. The feds are asking the court to order GovGuam comply with USERRA and retroactively make contributions, including all make-up contributions, to the retirement fund on behalf of employees and retirees who use donated leave while servicing in the military. A former Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center psychiatrist wanted by local authorities was arrested earlier this week in Alaska. Dr. Abner Pasatiempo is accused of harassing 7 of his patients during their therapy sessions stemming between 2018 and 2019. Earlier this year, Pasatiempo failed to appear to his court hearings, prompting a Superior Court of Guam judge to issue a warrant of arrest. The Office of the Attorney General of Guam worked with the Alaska Attorney General and Alaska law enforcement authorities to locate Pasatiempo, according to the OAG. A hearing took place over the weekend, and a Superior Court of Alaska judge ordered Pasatiempo not to leave the state, released him on a $2,000 bail bond, and set a status hearing for his case on September 30th. The OAG continues to work with its Alaska counterparts to determine how the case will proceed. According to documents posted on Guam EPA's website, Manila solar farm contractor Samsung E&C America has filed a notice of intent to appeal their notice of violation issued by the regulatory agency. The company has also requested a hearing and to prepare new matter in their defense. Guam EPA issued an NOV to the company on July 29th after the company failed to follow its approved sediment and erosion control plan because it didn't. Heavy rains caused flooding and stormwater runoff into adjacent properties. It also turned the historic and once crystal clear water of Marble Cave into a mud pit. As a result of the environmental damage, 2 lawsuits have been filed. Additionally, representatives from U.S. EPA were recently on island to conduct an inspection. A report on what they found and whether the contractor could face penalties has not been announced. That's it for now. We'll see you for KUAM News Primetime tonight.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Billy Brand reports.
I was not going to extend this forever war. And I was not extending a forever exit.
President Biden fiercely defended his decision not to extend the withdrawal deadline of U.S. troops from Afghanistan, even as some American civilians remain behind.
2 weeks ago, President Biden specifically promised he wouldn't pull out before every American who wanted out had gotten out. By their own admission, the Biden administration has now broken that promise.
This is the right decision, a wise decision, and the best decision for America.
The Biden administration says it will use diplomatic and economic pressure to make sure the Taliban lives up to its word and allows them to leave.
We have enormous leverage over the Taliban, including access to the global marketplace. That's not a small, it's not a small piece of leverage.
But critics are not convinced, including Florida Congressman Mike Waltz, a Green Beret who served in Afghanistan.
We do not let terrorists dictate the time and place and method which we get our people out.
The administration says the military mission in Afghanistan has transitioned to a diplomatic one. Military leaders are expressing gratitude and support to the more than 800,000 troops who served there over the past 2 decades.
For any soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine and their family, your service mattered and was not in vain.
General Mark Milley described the end of America's longest war as a mix of emotions, from pain and anger to pride and resilience. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, the White House.
And now here's your tomorrow news update with Peter Anderson. Tau Tau Santa Rita, Sumai.
Wednesday update. When kita nota marakuta talu I minakotsu na totota na kineneni nisti I benenun cetnut COVID-19. Tajulan talu rekota sa kumahulu dos sentusai na positivun kausa. Di poingin matis anon say of sinan jik na hamano I mina 146 dan 147 Agosto 28 Gija Guam Memorial Hospital. Idos na lahi agas man malongo sa timan maduduluk trabiya ni amod ichetnut. Anon say of sinanjik na idos na matayta mareklasa disti I sakan 2020 na mantinat mini chetnut COVID. Polisti kumahulu I numerun matayta para 149. Talu Binigui News, Duruman Baruka Istiman Gaitenda, Natatosia, Kakahulu Isticha Duli COVID. Rumanya I GHRA, Jani Guam Chamber, Jani Women's Chamber, Mamapati Tod Istiman Gaitenda, Zaman Masangani, Nanyasasayo, Namadalak, Isinangan I Footmatcha na Medikuta, para Tapartehi I Tautauta, Liman Hoholum, Itindota, Jantoru I Comunidad. Necesita Mar Ribaha, Kekalum di ligat jamadalak I tres na W. Pues pumamasagani todo I empleonya na malignya na onamaduluk ni isti I amot siya para cetno. Jaki todo I nahulun siya na tauto I pofan mamahon roman maduluk todo.
Say hello to the first Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Hey, good morning. Daphne Shimizu running just a little bit late, guys, but she is coming on, and we are duly noting your questions in the comments. A new strategy out of public health, in case you missed it, with Chimo and Bakwem. They're prioritizing case investigations, meaning if they get a positive in a setting, like a congregate setting, they're going to go ahead and run that down. But for the most part, what they're asking the public to do is to go out and get tested, to isolate if you're positive, and notify your family members and close contacts if you are positive.
He also mentioned that they put in an ask to FEMA for more vaccinators and I believe COVID testers. It looks like they're going to be opening up some
like a COVID,
sites to administer Regeneron or monoclonal
antibodies
treatments.
Right, yeah. So basically we did also talk with Dr. Hoa Wen of the, formerly of the Physicians Advisory Group, kind of on the treatment angle, because we're getting a lot of people asking about that, especially because there's a high number of positives. Obviously, we're seeing the hospitalization spike, but a lot of people are experiencing the milder symptoms where they're home isolating, and they're asking about, hey, what do we take? Well, Dr. Hoa kind of covered that, but he also mentioned Regeneron as a very viable option early on after you test positive. You can't like get sick and then go, hey, hit me up with that Regeneron, and expect to be all better. Sorry. Dr. Ho also said that those who are overweight are having a hard time with the virus. So just be healthy. I mean, it's impossible. It kind of annoys me when you see these people who like their job is to be healthy, and they're up on this pedestal saying, oh, you got to be healthy to beat COVID. Well, it's your job to be healthy. So just do what you can, guys. Go out, take a walk, decompress, especially the mental health part of it. You can't lose 20 pounds in one day, but what you can do is take little steps to kind of secure your mindset, because it's a lot. When you hear about all these different things where public health is basically saying, oh my God, it's everywhere, we can't contact trace, you guys, tell your family. I mean, it's huge. We're asking FEMA to bring warm bodies over here because we don't have enough personnel to do these things that we're asking FEMA to do. So it's serious. I had to pinch myself yesterday because the release came out on the WhatsApp, and I was wondering, what world am I living in that we have the three biggest business organizations on this island coming out with a release asking their member groups to limit occupancy to 50%. Yeah, I was like, whoa, that's when you know it's serious, when you have these business groups are reading the room and seeing the rampant spread of the Alpha and Delta variant and deciding to kind of self-regulate, right, ahead of any kind of mandate or executive order from the governor. So that being said, we do have in our KUAM News Zoom room from the Guam Chamber of Commerce, Christine Boleto. From the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, we have Renee Logi. And from the Guamatone Restaurant Association, Mary Rhodes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, so anyway, like I was saying earlier this morning, it was like the whole pandemic, we were really fighting to try and keep businesses open and at 100% occupancy. And so it was like very sobering, for me anyway, to see the release come out from your groups where you're basically saying, whoa here, let's dial it back a little. And I know that this is something you had kind of hinted at a couple weeks ago, Mary. And so can we kind of just talk about the impetus behind this release? We'll start there.
Yeah, so a lot of it is because the social mandates that came out, social distancing mandates came back out in Executive 2021-21. It wasn't in 19 and 20. So the governor decided to reinstate social distancing at least at 6 feet and 3 feet for schools. So I think that businesses needed to know that with social distancing, everybody knows that that reduces how many people can actually enter and just the format of their business. And this is for the covered establishments that fall under these mandates, right? So as part of this education campaign to make sure everybody knows that public health has reenacted the social distancing mandate, we wanted to really, as organizations, reach out to the businesses and ask them to really consider whatever they can do within the confines of their facility or their establishment, understanding that social distancing mandates have been reinstated, that they consider whatever occupancy levels they can accomplish within the business setting in order to keep our community safe. And so the example of 50% was really because one of those, that's where we were prior to the lifting of July 21. It was actually 50% and then up to 75% and then eventually 100%. So it really was an example. We're not really asking everybody to across the board go 50%. We're asking everybody to consider their establishment, what they can afford to do within the social distancing mandates that are required and still practicing the 3 Ws.
Right, and if I could just jump in as well, Chris, this was something that, we were very clear with our discussions, and, it's unfortunate that people are interpreting that we're advocating for 50% because in some instances, it doesn't make sense, as Mary said. You have businesses that are able to maintain 6 feet social distancing without any reduction of capacity. They have individual offices for their employees, or they put up the plexiglass, they're implementing the social protocols or the safety protocols. So, and then in some cases with implementing the 6 feet, some businesses are down to 25%. So really the release was asking the business community to, remain vigilant, to ensure that the safety protocols are being implemented. And again, to take a look at their business, if it's practical, if it makes sense, to reduce occupancy. And if it doesn't make sense and they're able to keep their employees, their customers safe, then, it's fine to remain at 100%. The key there is maintaining the safety and ensuring the safety of employees and customers.
Rennie?
Yeah, agreed. It's just supposed to be a reminder to the community that we don't want to go back to the way things were before. So while we can, let's try and get ahead of it and be safe and do what we can. We can all do our part just so that we don't have to go back to a lockdown. Just be safe and work together.
Right, but how are businesses doing now? Because when the executive order, I don't know what the number was. It could have been the refined one.
The refined. Let me timeline this for you guys. So the governor came out, said, I'm going to restrict the movement of the unvaccinated, and said basically if you're unvaccinated, you can't gather outside your household. You can't dine in. You can't go to the gym. You can't go to the movies. You can't go on the booze cruise. You can't go watch the dolphins.
That's one.
Yeah, she refined it on Monday and then said, okay, if you got one shot, then we'll take you. But everything else still kind of stands. So I think what Serena's trying to say is that we're just hearing from everybody that since then, business has been way down. But, we don't know because that's just what we hear.
Yeah, we're hearing the same thing on our side. I think especially initially there was a lot of confusion from businesses, and of course there was a good portion of the unvaccinated that were upset with the mandate. We had stories on social media, an effort to ban establishments that were implementing the governor's EO, which is unfortunate because I think with businesses, there's some businesses that don't have a choice, that are still in survival mode. These last few months of being able to operate with full occupancy doesn't make up for a year and a half of being locked down with little to no revenue. So, there's still a lot of businesses out there struggling. trying to bring back employees, trying to keep employees, full time. So if they're implementing these things, it's not because they're taking a position, against the unvaccinated, but they're having to comply. But nonetheless, we are hearing that there's been, I think someone quoted 80% reduction, in those business establishments as compared to the week prior to the EO coming out. So we're hearing the same reports.
Yeah, that actually came from us because we've been doing a survey of all the businesses, and some of our businesses, especially the covered establishments under this EO, specific EO, they have seen a reduction in sales of 85% within just 1 week. But it's a multitude of things. It's not just the EO, it's the fact that PUA is ending, and a lot of that available income that people had, disposable income, is really going away. And with minimum wage increase, that took effect September 1, yesterday, there are a lot of things that are really going to cripple our economy. And as we were starting to see a resurgence of it, at least for the reopening, it's been there have been several challenges that have plagued businesses. And definitely this EO that was targeting towards certain businesses, that's why we said across all sectors, because I know that this EO really looked at covered establishments, but we're asking everybody to consider the social distancing mandates across all sectors and do what you can, because really the transmissions of the vaccinated, unvaccinated, the whole population. I really don't even want to have the conversations of vax, unvax.
Yeah.
It's really of the population. Those people are really are getting sick through congregation and other settings. So that's why if we can all do our part to reduce congregation as well as just the number of people in a facility. I know that we've done this before and it worked really well prior to the lifting of restrictions. And so we're just asking people to have that mindset, knowing that we are very challenged with this surge. I mean, it's scary. The last week we've seen double digits. And it's going to continue for the next couple of weeks because it takes a while for those numbers to taper down. Yeah. And so I know that GHRA has been really going out there, and maybe that's where the confusion comes in, because we did use an example of 50%, but GHRA was working with the government and the PAG for that because we did want to see a reduction, because we didn't want to see it only affect these covered establishments where mask comes off. We want it to be a fair across the board to all businesses. Mm-hmm. So right now, GHRA is really happy that we were able to work together with Guam Chamber of Commerce and the Guam Women's Chamber to go out collectively and just remind everybody that despite, in addition to the mandate of what's out there, we can all do our part, like as Renee said. And so I think it's going to take that. It's going to take a community effort to add additional mitigation strategies. And then also being very cognizant of the fact that, there are people who are continuing to go to work, and we need to make sure if they're even asymptomatic, if they've come in close contact, they have to go out and get tested. And so we're going to have to work closely together, as even those testing protocols are going to be required in the next couple of weeks. So there's still more to come for a lot of the businesses to have to be responsible for and to have to, provide these services and much do like additional safety factors out in the community for not, as Christine said, not just our guests, but also especially our employees, because we need to continue to have sustainability in order for our economy to survive this recent surge.
Well, so what's the plan to follow the governor's executive order for the mandatory vaccinations or the weekly COVID testing? Has the governor's provided, the business community how this is going to work since she's mandating this, or is the business community just going to come up with their own plan? I know, Mary, you mentioned in your last interview that the governor wanted you to meet, or was telling public health to meet with you.
We actually met on Wednesday, or actually Tuesday. We met Tuesday afternoon, and we went over the different testing platforms of what's available. You know, we have the Binax antigen test, we have the Avid ID, we also have the PCR. And so we went over the different platforms that are available and then what the quantities are available as far as inventory available on Guam for now. And then also what their strategies are with TDSIN and CHC, and then what we can implement for both the government as well as private sector as these mandates become effective on the 24th and 27th. So I have identified 3 strategies with public health, and so I'm currently writing out those SOPs. You know, we've had this in place, as Chima said, I believe in one of your interviews, that we've had this in place since December 2020 with public health with regards to antigen. And so it's really just opening up those SOPs and applying it across the board for both public and private sector. Some autonomous agencies have contacted me on what their plans are. And so I'm supposed to meet with public health tomorrow to outline those 3 strategies, whether businesses, government or private sector bring that internally where they do testing at the workplace, or if we have stand up another site specifically with public health, or we stand up a different site for private sector, knowing that public health is already stretched, right? Because they do have capacity at TDSIN and CHC, they told me, but their protocols aren't using exactly what we're planning to use. We're planning to use the antigen testing, and then only if you test positive with that, which is a 15-minute result, and we'll be able to notify you within 15 minutes. You won't have to wait 24 hours. Then you can go get your PCR test. So we plan to meet with our HR managers and directors in the next week, and I've already mentioned to the chamber group as well as the chambers as well as Employers Council and SHRM that we would open that up to all of the sectors under these covered establishments so we can educate everybody on what is available with private sector
right.
in mind.
I know that we did talk with SHRM and Attorney Mike Pangilinan a few weeks back, and he was talking about like private companies. It looks like they do have the authority to put forth vaccine mandates for their employees. But has anybody in any of your groups kind of popped up and said, wait a second, I don't know if legally the government has the authority to mandate this on us? Because I know it's kind of interesting because we are seeing that trend where businesses are mandating it with their employees, especially stateside, and it's starting to happen here. But were there any groups under your umbrella who said, wait a second, we don't think that they have the authority to do this?
Yeah, I've spoken to Attorney Mike Pangilinan, and what he gave out in your interview and with SHRM is it is allowable, but it's defined by the employer itself. And so the 2 cases that are listed, actually, the case law that are listed in the EO refer to the case in Houston, where the employees sued the hospital, but the hospital won that litigation, and then also the University of Indiana, but they were mandating their students and their employees. And so those specifically came from that employer, not from the state itself mandating private sector. So the employer, so I believe it can be challenged. I know there are 3 bills that are out there, and I believe the public hearing is tomorrow at the legislature regarding this, as well as the mandate. There are 3 separate bills regarding all of this. And so that's to be heard tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. There have been some employees that are really questioning it. And we have invited Attorney Mike Pangilinan to speak to our group as well, because in addition to not only requiring the vaccine, there are liabilities, right? You have to consider if you're going to be conducting the test yourself. You need a CLIA waiver, and public health has a CLIA waiver, the clinics have a CLIA waiver. And so, you know, those can be extended to businesses, but there are things that have to be put in place if that's going to happen. So those are things we still have to figure out. And so I hope, you know, we can come back when the plan is completely fleshed out and we can share it with everybody, because we have about 3 weeks before this goes into effect.
Well, I think it's been clear by you guys that, you know, businesses have been continuing to suffer during this pandemic. But I'm wondering if you guys gotten any update from GITA on their small business pandemic program. They announced it back in June. The applications were supposed to, I think they're coming out soon. I'm not sure when. Department of Labor also announced their program, their Business Para y Tau program, also in June. But Dave De La Sola said that they were going to put that aside because they were going to move forward with Gita's program.
Right.
Do you guys have any update
so
on?
I've heard from Gita on that. The governor actually allocated funds toward that and has transferred the money to them. And so they're supposed to launch this month the application process. And, it was communicated to us that, rather than create confusion with people having to go and apply, for both programs, that they would start with the GITA one, which is, I think, at least the position of the chamber is that is more beneficial right now in the immediate future because it has more flexibility. It could be used to buy inventory, to bring on staff, to pay past due rent. And so that flexibility is needed, especially for small businesses, to be able to put that money where it's best served to try to, again, survive or sustain the business. I did have a chance to talk to David a month or so back. I can't remember when, but he's just waiting, after this round and hoping that there's funding going to be allocated for his program, and then that would be an additional help, especially if, or especially when, PUA recipients are out there looking for jobs and we need to create jobs.
Yeah, that's this week though. And that kind of seemed like...
And so G-Tray actually was in that meeting with Chamber, and we did see the draft version of it, but I know Gita is planning to roll that out, but I was really hoping that both programs would get funded. I mean, we have $633 million from the rescue plan. I really wanted to see both funded, but I think Dave De La Sola has already come out and said that it's shelved for now.
Yeah.
And maybe because, it was supposed to be, he wanted to time it with PUA ending, but considering the current business environment and climate, maybe shelving it for now isn't that bad, because I know if we could get people hired, closer to November, December, or January, if that program can be reinstated or actually launched, I think that the businesses can certainly benefit from that, from both Gita's program as well as Department of Labor's at some point.
Thank you. Renee, did you have anything to add in closing here?
Yeah, just about that program, we just agree that it's pretty much ready and set up. It's streamlined and could get the funds out pretty quickly. So we're hoping to see that come out pretty quickly as well. In addition, with everything going on with the EO, we are working on a FAQ page and a resource page on our website that should be rolling out very shortly, trying for this week, if not early next week. But that'll have some very frequently asked questions of what to do as far as the guidance memo. And we've been working with Mary, we've been working with Public Health, our Business Advisory Task Force, so that we can just make sure we have all the answers for the businesses available in like one specific area.
And how much is that, is the governor providing for the GITA program for the small businesses?
I believe it's like 30 million.
That's
if I remember correctly. Was it 30, Mary?
I think they revised it to 20, remember? They asked for 30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Should ask for 50. So 20 ARP?
But don't quote us, because anything's possible. It could be changed. Like when we were given the information,
Could
it
be changed
was
to 20,000 if you don't watch your...
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, ladies.
Thank you.
All right.
Sure. Thanks,
Bye.
everybody.
Bye.
See
Stay
ya.
safe.
Good morning.
Good for them.
Yeah. Yeah. What we're hearing, though, I was texting again Phil from the venue, and it's been just slow all around. And I think it's just a bunch of things. It's just that vax, unvax, can't do this, can't do that. But then it's also our community doing what they have to do, which is so. Thank you guys so much. It's 8:58.
But it's, and I really appreciate those three business communities coming together.
Yeah.
Even though there's there's no mandate to do it, but they're
Right.
doing it on their own.
Yeah, and that's because I think it's like pretty common knowledge that everybody feels like these restrictions that are currently in place aren't really targeting the spread of the virus, which, remember, if we're concerned about the hospitals being they're already overflowing, then we got to stop the cases, because those cases turn into hospitalizations. And so that's kind of what people are feeling, is that we're wasting time on this vax unvax, when the data clearly shows that the vaccinated people are getting it, they're going in the hospital, they're spreading it. So really feel like the mitigation measures should be more across the board. I'm not going to get into the whole discrimination thing, because I'm not really keyed in on that side of the argument. I just think that across the board, if we can all get it and give it, then we all got to do the same things. We know it works. Back to basics, guys. Back to square one. It's 9 o'clock. We're going to take a break, and we're coming back with the director of Rev and Tax, Daphne Shimizu. The All Rise recap is next, right here on the link.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on the link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Get Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
On Breeze 93.9 FM.
I was tired of my lady. We've been together too long. Like the one I recorded of her favorite song. So while she lay there sleeping, I read the paper in bed. And in the personal column, I saw a letter that read, "If you like pina coladas, you're getting caught in the rain."
Hey, good morning. Well, Mr. Ling missed a lot. There's definitely a lot going on. Wow, always. 181 positive tests reported out of the Joint Information Center yesterday. We also marked the passing of our 150th COVID-related fatality. The CAR score, for what it's worth, 44. That's, Jay, is that an all-time high?
I believe that's the highest.
Yeah. from what
I
we've
think
seen.
prior to that, like even when we were in the thick of it, like last year, I think it was like in the low 30s. I think it was like.
So
32.
when we did the Strive to 5, what was it at?
To get from there, I think it went from like 32, and it took it took like about 6 weeks after they announced Strive for 5 to get down there.
Right. Yeah. So I'm not even sure what relevance the car score has anymore because they set it as a metric, right? And if it was enough to be a big deal last year, I'm not sure why we don't. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The point is, public health is saying that the Alpha variant, the Delta variant, running rampant through our community. It's obvious, right? We saw 181 cases reported last night, 206 the night before. So they want you guys to go get tested so we can identify the positives and isolate them. And if you go get tested and you are a positive, they're asking that you contact your close contacts and tell them to go get tested. So we're kind of regrouping in a big way here, guys. As public health basically said, contact tracing, it's pretty pointless because it is everywhere. I mean, they'll start like contact tracing and then they'll run into another cluster that someone, and so it's just like this, guys. And you know how we are in our culture. We're just all over each other all the time. And so that's the situation. They're working on standing up more testing sites.
Right. He said, Chima said something about possible. They were looking at a site in Dededo. Now they're looking at maybe a UOG. I think that's what he said.
All right. We got to go to Daphne now in the KUAM News Zoom room because she has a furry friend with her.
You know, I apologize. Actually, we are also, we were impacted by COVID as well in our household. And so, of course, we had to isolate as well. So that's why, if you notice, I haven't had the opportunity to be actually in the office. But I have 3 dogs. We used to have 4. Unfortunately, one of our dogs passed away. And I had a couple of them kind of scruffling around on the floor. I was trying to not have them be kind of barking and stuff as we're talking. But on a more important point, though, of course, it was yesterday. It was a big day for our agency. We did actually begin to receive applications for the All Rise program beginning 7 a.m. yesterday morning, both online and as well as in person. As you know, we did run into issues with regards to the online applications in the morning. There was just a whole lot of demand on our system. And so because of that, we ran into some challenges, but we did actually at 7 a.m. or around a little bit after 7 a.m., even though there were a lot of problems with regards to our system. And of course, because of the demand on our system, we were able to have, my team was saying like a little bit after 7, there was about 40 applications already in. And in fact, I think by the time we got to 9 a.m., it was, we were at 3,000. And throughout the day, I believe our IT team was working with our vendor, and also the Office of Technology was working with our vendor. And they were, I guess, adding devices, making sure they were monitoring the stability of the system. And by the end of the day, I know there was a news report about 17,000 applications received, but that was actually just as of 2 p.m. yesterday afternoon. Updated numbers are that we had, as of a little bit after 5 p.m. yesterday, received 20,534 total applications. That was both in person and online. We received 16,175 returns that were applications that were filed online, and we received 4,359 applications that were filed either through the drive-through service or over the counter at the income tax branch. And our team is continuing to process those applications that were received manually, so we can have a good count, a good tally in terms of where we are dollar-wise. But we are still this morning accepting applications. Just so you know, I know yesterday morning, of course, even the night before, we did have some people who were parked on Route 16 since the night before that were, wanted to be one of the first filers for the All Rise application form. And, as soon as we opened at 7 in the morning, we made sure we did our best to get through the line. Probably mid-afternoon yesterday, maybe around 2:30, 3 o'clock, we did have reports from people that were driving through the drive-through line that one person said it took them about 10 minutes to get through the line. And then after that, around 3:30, I was able to get a picture of the drive-through line because we've been really monitoring it closely. And
there was there were no vehicles at some point. And so we really saw, perhaps after mid-afternoon yesterday, a real slowdown in the applications or in the applicants that were coming through the drive-through drop-off line and through the income tax branch. Also, and again, I think we went from about 17,000 total applications to about 20,000 total applications from 2 o'clock p.m. until 5 p.m. And that was where the majority of them were actually coming from the online. In fact, probably close to 80% of our applications that we received were online. It is important, though, to note that not all the applications are A status or clean applications. So you might have submitted an application either online or by manual submission that is not considered clean or not considered A status. And we are still working to address those. They're in suspense status right now. So Bree, some of those are for individuals that may have submitted an application, but their AGI was above the threshold, so they did not qualify. Outside of that, we're still trying to assess what additional suspense reasons there are that is causing an application to be in suspense status. And that, again, is something that we're working to assess. We did regroup at the end of the day yesterday, but a lot of our team members were probably on site since 4:30, 5 o'clock. So, we didn't have a long meeting last night. This morning, again, we're going to regroup to determine, again, assess where or what the status, what the status or the reasons are for suspend status. Because, again, for somebody who is clearly ineligible because they are, because of the fact that they exceeded the threshold, that's very clear. But again, we're not sure of exactly all the reasons for the suspense, and we want to make sure we review them very carefully so that way for those individuals who perhaps have it's more easy to address their suspense issue, then, of course, we do our best to make sure that they are eligible and that they do get a payment.
I'm sorry, Daphne, did you say how many of the applications that were submitted are on suspense status?
So you know what, probably as of yesterday afternoon, and again, it's difficult because we're still processing the manual returns. So of the online applications, perhaps I can give you, perhaps around maybe there are about 15% of the applications were in suspense status. And again, it's difficult to tell the reason why that they're in suspense status. Some of them honestly could be truly ineligible, but there may be some, again, we have to determine. And so now that we have gone through what we believe was probably the larger volume in terms of people submitting applications both online and in person, we have a little bit of opportunity today to review and assess to make sure that before we make any payments that we've gone through, we've made sure people were eligible. We've tried to address any simple eligibility issues. But just to share, Bree and Chris, if your return is not A status, your tax return, meaning that if it's already in our system and it's processed, but say you have a duplicate dependent issue or you have a missing document, then you know what, your return or your application also will not be A status because it follows the status of your return. So for people who might have received 30-day notices, it's important, that those, should have been cleared already. Otherwise, it may prevent you from being able to receive a payment for the All Rise program.
We had a caller this morning that was asking, how does Revenue Tax determine first in, first out? Especially when you have the online filers and who had issues trying to get online, and then you had the inline filers. Like, how do you know who was number one, who was number 5?
Sure. For the online, and you know what, the hope is, I think that for the majority of people, at least for the ones that were communicating with me about their issues with filing online, I believe that they were able to get online already and kind of remedy that situation, at least for the most part. I've even tried to communicate with at least one of the mayor's offices where, they're also seeing as well, not as many people this morning as they were seeing yesterday. So, and not seeing as many issues. So in the morning yesterday, a lot of the issue was surrounding, trying to log in. But the reality is, I think by mid-morning, of course, we saw, I think by 9 a.m., 3,000 of the returns were filed online. And then through the day, we just saw the numbers climbing and climbing until after 5, of course, it was over 16,000 that were filed online. And so, I believe that, at least for the most part, I hope that when people were not able to apply online initially, that they were able to remedy it. And at least for the people that I've been in communication with, even some people who have been emailing me directly, that was the case. With regards to just trying to make sure that the process is credible and that, of course, we do not have, applications or returns that we make sure that people are in the proper place in line. It's easier, of course, online because there is a stamp, in terms of the time and the date. And so you have that as your confirmation of the time and the date in terms of when you apply. We actually got asked the question yesterday, about why perhaps we may not have had remote locations. And we really contemplated, and Bree, we even talked about, the making sure everybody starts it at the same time, yesterday morning, on your show a few weeks ago. We wanted to make sure that it was, that we made sure that we keep the process as credible as possible, that we don't allow for there to be some type of a compromise in the system. And so we, of course, as we contemplated how we were going to receive this, we limited the mechanisms for filing. We didn't even allow through Dropbox or mail, which is not usual. However, because we wanted to make sure that we really have a good handle on, first in, first out, who is applying at what point you've applied during the day, so we know and we make sure again that people are in the right place in the line. We limited that, and so we're doing our best internally to keep track of it. Our team has developed a system of determining again, when applications are received, and that's something that we, again, work to try to make sure it's as credible as possible, so that people have confidence in the fact that we're, again, doing our best to implement this fairly.
Daph, there was a comment, I believe, this morning. We also had a caller who was talking about the validly filed and processed 2020 returns, and they had, I think, filed in May, but when they were told that their return wasn't validly filed or processed. But then we had also seen a comment here from Rosemary, who claims that the governor's office is encouraging those non-filers who filed 1040 tax after May to fill out the application manually and turn it into rev and tax. Does this mean that they'll be paid even though the $30 million has been used up, or what is the status of that? Are we changing the eligibility, or is it still holding firm?
No, the eligibility holds firm, but I believe that the way that our system works is that it will error out and not allow someone who does not have a validly filed and processed return in the system. It won't allow you to file, and so. Of course, where we are in terms of processing is we're in about mid-May, and you can really tell that in terms of paying out of refunds, we're really kind of paying out refunds as soon as a return is processed. So we're in approximately mid-May. Our team has probably been working 6 days a week for a little bit over a year to make sure that we're processing for all of the programs that we have to get payments out. But we're in approximately mid-May, and again, we're doing our best to continue to process. And as I've been talking with my team. As we've been getting these questions about people who are not able to file online because they fall into this category where they have an issue because they don't have a validly filed and processed return. Yes, our team has been advising that you can submit a manual application. Now, this does not guarantee that you're going to be able to get a payment or receive a payment, but I guess it allows for there to be, if you had submitted it, at least if we are in the process now of, say you're in the borderline and you're in like May 15 or 16, and if we are at the same time processing those, at the same time that we're processing as well the applications, it is possible for those then to become newly eligible as we're processing and before we pay. So, that has been the recommendation, but, I've advised already that, of course, the number one item that is on the eligibility for the this particular All Rise program is that you have a validly filed and processed 2020 return. So it's very important, and I know we've been advising people that that's something that needs to happen, and that needs to a criteria that needs to be met in order to be able to receive payment.
Is there like a cutoff date or anything like that?
So, so the way we describe it, and of course we began talking about validly filed and processed back when we were discussing EIP, and I actually have had to regroup and remember all of the discussions that we've had. And it's very difficult, most especially when we're relying on returns, because in a perfect world, as you submit your return, it will be considered validly filed and processed. But in a situation where we are, where probably over about 90% of our filers are manual filers, it makes it difficult for us to make sure that that happens. And, Bree, one thing, I guess the way that it's best described is it's kind of like balancing out, balancing out the payment as quickly as possible with, trying to get these these returns processed. If we had perhaps maybe, until the end of year or several months from now to begin to make payments, then we could, probably get a lot of these returns processed. But in a situation where we're balancing out, trying to pay as quickly as we can against, trying to make sure that, again, that everybody meets the eligibility requirements, it becomes a little challenging. So, although we do understand it, I'll tell you, our team really, they do have a lot of compassion. They are very concerned about the people who may not have validly filed and processed returns. And again, we're continuing to process returns, even though we're still working to try to process these applications for All Rise. And again, try to get as many people who may be at the borderline in probably mid-May to be included if they are filing and if they are eligible.
The governor and our social media, and I think you might have mentioned it, that there's like 20,000 or so applications that were received by DRT. Do you have any idea when you think that we're going to hit that $30 million cap?
I know. So yesterday of course, if we had the same type of flow that we had yesterday, I think that, and going all the way into the end of the day, I think that probably it's possible we may have already hit it. This morning, we're still accepting applications. I actually have a meeting with our deputy director in just a few minutes where we're going to discuss exactly where we are. Again, as soon as we get close to or hit that cap, we're going to be advising everyone. And as soon as we, of course, have to close the application process, we'll advise everybody as well. But at this point, we are still accepting applications. So, again, I advise people, if you are eligible and, if you have the ability to file online, go ahead and do so. My understanding is that our line at the drive-through drop-off line is not very long. And, when people have been able to get through there, it's been pretty quick. All morning long. So, again, I advise you to continue to apply until we advise otherwise. And we'll definitely make sure that we let people know as soon as that happens.
Right. So we kind of talked this morning, Daph, about the joint filers, the single filers, right? We don't have a read on how many of the applications were for either. Because remember, the joint, I know, they get 1,600, the single get 800. So, and trying to just do the math on this, I mean, we're kind of flying in the dark, right?
Right, and I'd apologize regarding that. What it is I don't have a count on how many are joint and how many are single. That's something, again, we're working to try to tally. Also, it's difficult to say where exactly we are because our team is still working to process the manually filed returns. I will share we received 4,359 manual returns, and if say it took 5 minutes to process each return, that's like 300 some hours, right? Our team is actually, they're still working to process. I think we're about a quarter of a way. What, their desire yesterday or what they wanted to accomplish yesterday was to try to get it through as many of those applications in terms of processing as soon as they could. But when I got status this morning, I think we were just at a quarter of the way in terms of processing those. So today, because, and it's nice to see that there's not as large a flow of people in terms of the volume, both online and also at our office, that our team can have the opportunity to really focus on getting these applications, the manual ones, entered into the system so we have a good final count. Because again, it's difficult to say because we can't tell how many of the manual ones are joint or how many of them are single. Also, we can't tell how many of them are A status or suspense. And we can't, we don't know the reason. So we're still, again, trying to assess all of that in addition to trying to make sure that we assess as well the reason for the suspense. And as you know, Bree and Chris, that's really important that we know what the reason for the suspense is. Because again, if it's clear eligibility issues, fine. But if there is areas where we need to look at further to make sure that our system is processing the way it should, or that we're interpreting things in the way that we should, or that there's something else that we need to look at more thoroughly, then that's something we need to do. So those are things that we're working to assess this morning.
Do you have to have the email confirmation after you file online, because people are filing and then you get the thing where it says you filed successfully, but I'm hearing people are still waiting to get that confirmation email, and there's no timestamp on where it says that you filed successfully online. So
With regards to the confirmation, my understanding is some people were getting them in their spam or junk mail. So for those people who may not have received it, and this also happens with when people just create an account, with regards to that, if you could check your spam or your junk mail, it might be there. Some people were reporting that they did not receive it, but again, as long as you have a confirmation, and that confirmation is very important, that you should be able to use that.
Okay. So you don't have to worry if you don't get that confirmation email, because somebody just messaged me that they've been waiting since 11 o'clock.
My understanding again is I recommend they check their spam or their inbox, their spam or their junk mail, and that may be where it is. And I'm sorry because my dog is trying to get my attention. So my understanding is that that you check your spam or your junk mail, and if you don't have it, then of course, if you are still concerned, you can contact our customer call center. That they are able to check the status if it's received or not. So they should be able to check that. And I just suggest if you haven't received it and you checked your inbox and you're really concerned that you have not your application wasn't submitted or wasn't accepted into our system properly, then go ahead and contact us. And we're there. Our team has been there since very early this morning, since well before 7, to be able to answer your calls about that.
Daph, if DRT exhausts the $30 million and there's still qualified applicants, do you support the governor or the legislature identifying more funding?
Something that happened this morning, and I think that was something that which you also brought up earlier, Bree, was I know, and I actually hadn't heard it directly, but I heard about, of course, the governor did have an interview on another station where she did mention that, if there was a need to find additional funding.
Wait, hold on a second, Daph.
That she would
I'm
work
sorry.
to do that.
Does she do interviews on other stations? Because we've repeatedly asked her to do one on this one. So she does interviews.
This morning, I understand that she did do an interview where she did actually advise that. And again, I did not hear that interview directly, so that's something, again, but I did hear that there was discussion about the possibility of, and if there was a need to find additional funding, that's something that, she would do her best to do.
Right. Okay. You didn't hear the interview because you're listening to your favorite show, The Link, right?
And I guess really,
I will tell you, I think that I actually, honestly, I think I'm impartial to the earlier shows. I'm always on I'm always on the really early shows. The other day probably was the first time I was on a lunchtime show. I'm usually not on the radio like after about 10 o'clock in the morning or whatever it is that the morning shows are. But I like being up early in the morning. I like getting these done, because then I could spend the rest of my afternoon or my day kind of working and all of these other stuff that I have working on.
Daph, final message here.
Wait, I just wanted to say that I know you were you were mentioning to look in your spam, but the person that didn't receive the email confirmation, it wasn't in their spam folder, so I'm not sure.
Okay,
if that's something you want to.
So for that person, and again, Bree, you know what? If anybody has questions, concerns about it, I'll tell you on Monday afternoon, by Monday at 6 o'clock, when our team was leaving the customer call center, our team had actually received 628 phone calls, and we only have a call center of 6 people. So they did really well. Of course, you know what that means, that there were actually some people who we may not have been able to answer their calls, but we were able to answer 628 calls on Monday. And they're there. In fact, sometimes our team is answering calls before 7 because when they hear the phone ring and they're there, they want to make sure that they get to our taxpayers and they get to trying to answer people's questions. So to that individual and to anybody who has questions or concerns, you can absolutely contact our call center. If you continue to call and you have an issue, the PIN admin email address is actually being actively monitored by our customer call center supervisor. And that email address is pinadmin@revtax.guam.gov. And so for anybody who has a question about the All Rise program, if you have a question because you're not sure if you're eligible, if you have a question because you haven't received your confirmation, or another question that maybe we haven't covered this morning, feel free to email at pinadmin@revtax.guam.gov, and that's PINADMIN
at revtex.guam.gov. And Julie, who's our customer call center supervisor, she has been working to make sure she gets through it. I'll tell you, like, I think last week she says, she told me last week, Monday, I got through all 1,800 emails that were in that inbox. And, you know, she does her best to clear that inbox as quickly as people send emails.
Daph, we are getting a couple comments about the website, and I don't know if it's just this individual. So just FYI, I don't know if there are issues with it again.
As far as I know, not, but we'll check it as soon as we can. I actually, this morning, a few minutes ago, earlier, I did try to get on, and I noticed I was able to get onto myguamtax.com. So for people who, if you are having issues, then, you know, go ahead. Perhaps I will just go ahead and check that, but you can log into myguamtax.com. At least earlier I was able to. So we'll continue to check that. Just so you know, though, our IT vendor and our OTEC, our Office of Technology, is actively monitoring it. Yesterday, they were definitely actively monitoring it to make sure that, you know, we didn't cause additional stability to our whole system. So, you know, those are being monitored regularly, and you know, again, but we will confirm that, or we will confirm check whether there is an issue with our system.
Sabrina?
Yeah, looks like the website's, you know, I just hit the website a couple times and I bounced around. Like, I checked a few pages. It looks like it's doing well.
Bree, you're good?
All right.
Yes, sorry.
Yes. No further questions, Daphne.
All right. Thank you so much,
Thanks, Daphne.
Attorney Chris Barnett. But anyway, but thank you so much, everyone, for your time. And again, you know what? We will, if at the point that we get very close to or hit this $30 million cap, of course, then we begin to cease or we cease receiving applications, we will let everybody know. But at this point, we're still continuing to receive them, and we're going to do our best to work through them. Please contact us if you have any questions. And, you know, I want to thank the community for their patience. I want to thank my team for their continued hard work. And of course, I want to thank Governor Leon Guerrero for her continued support. And, you know, she was on the ground yesterday just making sure that everything went well. So again, thank you so much and have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Daphne.
Wow, she was on the ground. She see or talked to the Mr. Santos who waited 12 hours in line.
Oh, we got that soundbite though, but I'm going to play it. Yeah. That's a good time to play this soundbite.
Yeah, Daphne, it was really kind of emotional yesterday when you saw some of them run up go, waiting in line for so long, and you had somebody who was disabled. Also, he waited in line but just couldn't take it anymore, and he decided he was just going to get out of his car and go to walk into Revan Tax.
You know, was really unfortunate as well.
But Revan Tax, I give kudos to them. They were doing what they were told to do, doing their job. So great job.
You know how it is when the boss gives you a job to do that you're just like, oh God, you know, to do this job, you got to go out and do what the boss says. So good job, Revan Tax. You know, and they didn't want to wait. Like the employees, they didn't want to make anyone wait longer than they had to. But again, with this first serve Hunger Games style, that's exactly what you're going to get. But you know, I'm curious because we bought all these golf carts, right? Where are these golf carts? These emergency golf carts. Why couldn't we have these golf carts go through this miles-long line and be like, hey, anybody, Manamco here, anybody disabilities, hop on in, we'll give you a ride to the front. Anyway, it's 9:37. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming.
You got Mr. Santos's.
Oh, we're going to play Mr. Santos. I'm sorry. That's a little scatterbrain in here. Again, this is a clip from yesterday morning's show, The Link, with Mr. Santos, and kind of just recapping the all-race launch yesterday morning.
It is 7 a.m., and you know what that means. It is a go time. The all race is officially underway, and we're heading up to a DRT in Barragata Heights, where Chris Barnett is standing by live.
Hey, Sabrina, thank you. Just in time, we're witnessing the first RISE applications being submitted here at the Department of Revenue and Taxation. And this is the first man in the line. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
How you feeling this morning?
Tired.
How long were you here?
12 hours.
12 hours. What's your message to the governor this morning?
Governor, you should think about the elderly and disabled, and you need to look at better ways to try to help the elderly and the disabled people while they have to go through something like this.
Started with the car, and I couldn't stand it all the way on Barragata Heights.
Let's move on.
Let's move up to the line right up there.
That line last night was pathetic. I couldn't survive. And I'm taking care of my disabled wife, and she needs me at home.
Marie, can you confirm, because we're getting early reports that the website has crashed?
No, not that I know of. The website has, well, what time is it now, Chris? It should be, is it 7?
Yeah, it's past 7.
I am watching this, and I gotta say, it's completely unacceptable. I am saddened. It's all preventable.
Right now, watching our island's elderly, our island's disabled, waiting in line, no consideration. This is what you call a real-time SHIT show, people.
The governor needs to be down here and see this.
Real. This is like a real talk kind of show, and this is what's
Good morning,
happening.
sir.
It's unfortunate.
How long did you wait in line?
Oh, I've been there 12 o'clock in the evening.
Since midnight last night? Wow, how bad do you need this $800? Must really need it, huh? What's your message to everyone else who's fighting for this $30 million? Good luck. Are you satisfied with the process? How was it in there?
Well, I signed the paper that my wife's supposed to sign, so I got to go back home again. They gave me a blank one. So I have to go all the way home again and wake up the wife, make her sign, come all the way back here again, and then my paper will be processed.
But there's a chance that by the time you come back, all the money will be gone.
There's a chance, yes. I don't understand that. But I still got another issue with them. I haven't received my second stimulus.
Wow.
No, I fought for my country, and I don't know. I shouldn't feel like I'm a beggar, but they're giving all the money for a purpose.
Is that how you feel, sir? Do you feel like people are out here having to line up and beg for this money?
Oh, boy. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not very good at my hearing.
Well, we can hear you just fine, sir, and the people have spoken. Thank you.
Do you believe the people of Guam deserve an apology from our governor for putting them through this? Our Manumco, our veterans.
You're going to have to ask the governor. Of course, I think I apologize to the people of Guam. Though I'm not responsible for that, I apologize because I am a government leader, and this is all of us. And we can do better. And absolutely, it's terrible.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
9:41. We're going to take a quick break, and we're closing it out with Senator Jim Moylan right here on the link. Good morning.
Learn more. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Okay, good morning. We did get something. We got a WhatsApp. That's how they communicate.
Well, yeah, I asked the governor's communications director if the governor's going to lift the $30 million cap or looking to find additional funding. And so the response from Crystal Palka San Augustine was, as Governor Leon Guerrero stated in her response to senators on Wednesday, her discretion on the amount to be used for the All Rise program takes into account the competing priorities of our entire government, our entire community over the extended period for which these funds have been given. There is a finite group of people who qualify for this program, and as we do with the execution of all other programs, we will ensure that those who qualify and apply receive the help they need in order in which they apply, just as we do tax refunds. We continue to monitor the program closely, and should it warrant additional funds, Gov. Leon Guerrero is committed to identifying such funds.
Yeah, but see, that's not what she said yesterday. So this is actually a 180 from everything she's been saying prior to today. For months, the media has been banging her head against the wall. Hey, are you going to lift the cap? Oh, I can't lift the cap because that's what it says in the law. But, I mean, I guess it's a good thing. It took the governor to see our people lining up desperate like that. Maybe it pierced her heart and she felt for them. Because in these letters to 3 senators yesterday, she said that it's her discretion. I'm going to go to read you just a piece of the letter here. My decision to implement the All Rise program by executive order, which included key provisions passed by the Guam legislature, was executed in conformance with all applicable laws, rules, and regs. And while I have stood firm in the use of the $30 million from the American Rescue Plan, my discretion on this amount takes into account the competing priorities for our entire community over the extended period for which these funds have been given. Throughout this pandemic, my administration has successfully directed and implemented numerous programs that have provided direct relief to our people, especially to those who need it most. The implementation of All Rise was no different. Thank you to the frontliners and employees who made this program possible. It's disheartening to know that our community, it is heartening to know that our community sees the good we are doing. We're united in our commitment to doing more good for our people. There's nothing in there about raising the cap. So, but, you know, I get it. The governor plays favorites with the media. I mean, I'm tired of asking her to come on. I asked her 3 times in the last week. I've asked Crystal Palka San Augustine. But if she doesn't want to come on here and play favorites and announce stuff on another media and we got to play catch up, so be it. You know, it is what it is. It's 9:47, Thursday, September 2nd. Senator Moylan, are you frozen?
No, he's there.
Okay. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris Bree. Good morning. Maybe I could suggest, why don't you, with your invitation to the governor, offer Pantosta and some Senka coffee. Maybe you get a better response. You know, something that will warm her feelings.
You want to sweeten the pot a little bit, right?
You.
Right, yeah. Well, I don't know, because in the press conference, a couple of the press conferences ago, she talked about how KUAM did such a great job in promoting her protocols. Well, they were the protocols, but which we did. I mean, we were saying stay home, wash your hands, and this is the thanks we get. My God.
Get vaccinated, be a part of the vaccination.
Anyway.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, and you know, with the override of 75-36, they're now law. That's what the legislature is saying. We came together; it was a unanimous vote there, and moved it forward to do a few things. One would be increase the payout amount from 800 to 1,000 and 16 to 2,000. Remove the end date of the policy as well, extended that too. But the most important thing was to remove the cap. and that's what we've been trying to argue as well as you and the other callers. And I've been listening to Daphne's presentation as well, and she's a trooper. Her employees are great troopers as well, and they're taking their marching orders, and it will make their job a lot easier, and they can fulfill the needs of those that are qualified from that $40,000 annual for a single and $80,000 for joint filers, to allow the time to remove the cap, and so we don't have this crabs in the bucket trying to run over each other and cut in the line. That was very disheartening, and I apologize to the people of Guam. That should never have been that way. We had all 3 feeder lines of roads going directly to DRT, and each one of them were miles back, and trying to reach that and get out of their car, some getting in line, and some just going through the drive-through. It was unnecessary, and I'm very sorry for the people of Guam to have to go through that. But remove the cap, Governor, and what I'm hearing on that other channel, there was that she would consider it. She, the governor, would consider it. But the consideration also came with her other explanation of coming back to the Guam legislature and asking us to consider it, meaning go back to the budget and adjust it to provide. Not necessarily that it can come directly out of the American Rescue Plan, which the bill says. So we'll see, because as we know, one thing said on the radio, one thing said is could be different of what things are when they're in writing. But you're correct as well. The governor has yelled at us long enough to say it's her purse of $600 million and her free will on how she wishes to spend it after she comes back and says, I hear the voice of the people. Then you can do anything today, everything today rather, by finishing this up when we hear that applications are not accepted because they're still processing their tax refund. That's so disheartening. It's really shameful. But no fault of DRT, they have the manpower that they have. But if we allow them the time and remove the cap, eventually there will be a cap, right? Because there's only so many people that are qualified. It's not limitless. Maybe if I held a graph, right, and showed the 1 + 1, maybe the governor can understand me better. And we tried in all different ways, maybe we had to put it in the vernacular. That's the old saying, right? Speak in the vernacular so we can understand each other better. But I tell you, Chris and Bree, I think it's when the governor is good and ready, when she decides when it's her plan, when she is ready to help the people in her time, then that's when she'll remove the cap. You don't need to come back to the legislature to do such a thing. You had the power through the executive order, which you so wish to make so many of without communicating with the co-equal branch of government, that you would continue to do. So remove the cap. It's your plan. Do it for the help of the people.
Glad you apologized.
Yeah. Apology accepted.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you. And next time I call, I'll make sure to deliver pantosta.
If that's what it takes, I'm gonna find out what's the governor's favorite snacks.
I did want to.
There you go.
I did want to ask though about the public hearings tomorrow. There's 2 separate. I believe it's tomorrow. One of them is your bill. I believe Bill 180.
Right.
Can you kind of go through that with us?
Yeah. Well, basically, we're telling the governor, look, you're going to do these things where you're increasing, where you're providing fines, when you're restricting movement, when you're dividing the people. You need to come back to the legislature and make this point. We need to have a voice in that. That attempt was made in the 35th, and it failed. It failed bad. But now, through your executive powers, you want to do that. Again, that's the wrong message to send to the people. Punishing them like that, people are out of jobs. Establishments are trying to open their doors with what minimum customers they have. And now you're going to say, well, you had to segregate your customers. Well, you had to do this and that. You had to restrict their freedoms, divide the people between vaccinated and unvaccinated. It's the pandemic of the unvaccinated. Come on. Don't do that, Governor. That's totally wrong. And you want to apply fines as well, up to $10,000 for a business establishment. Who in the world? That's ridiculous. Right? You can do other things. Maybe the establishment doesn't understand. Maybe you can do other measures to be more restrictive, right? Come back and redo something clearer about that. And follow the regulations of the health standards, right? Grade A, B, or C, or D, right? Or F. And if so, then that's what they get. But to threaten businesses and to threaten individuals from their pocketbooks when we have 4 miles of people lining up, with the low end, with the situation where they're out of jobs or they're barely making it to try to get in the line for $800, and now you're going to say we're going to give you a fine. You better come back before the government or before the people's house and justify that, and then let's discuss it. You want to discuss it? You want all us 15 senators to come into your office and sit at your conference table? That's not where you do it. You come to the legislature. The speaker has invited you to the legislature. The senators have invited you to the legislature, and you refuse. It's almost like maybe we better offer Pentosta. We're getting just as good as responses as you folks on the radio here, and that's not right. Your governor is just basically picking and choosing where she wants to give her information, and
that's how she's dividing everyone. Hello, plays favorites with the senators, plays favorites with the media.
Hey, by the way, I didn't get a written response.
Well, just copy paste the one they sent to Senator Toniata and Senator Sabina and Senator Tello.
Yeah, at least a CC to Senator Moylan.
Senator,
or just right on the back of my many letters to her, just say no. Just put no.
Munga.
Tell me to pick it up and drop off Pentosta. Gee whiz.
Gee whiz, golly gee willikers. Yeah. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
I feel your frustration. It's across the board. Vaccinated, unvaccinated, we're all frustrated.
Right. But we're not giving up, right? We're trying to communicate. We're expressing our concerns. I'm glad you folks are putting this on the air there with all your callers. It's very helpful, I think, for the senators as well to listen to this. So when we get back into our next session or when we have the ability to talk to the governor, then we can share that. Like today, in my complex there, I was talking to my neighbor who's taken her son with her to work. She was so discouraged. Her son goes to a private school that on Friday they received that notice. And then they had to prepare, well, what am I going to do, right? I don't have a sitter lined up. I had to make arrangements, but fortunately, her employer was receivable of what she needed to be done. And so it's bring your child to work day. And
bring your child to work week.
To work week. And then I hear his name is coming, John Fernandez. Thank you. The superintendent of DOE saying we had our plan approved by Department of Public Health and Social Services. We were open. We were following protocol. We received approval, and then we get the governor's call to say, today's Friday, cancel school. He of course followed through, and it takes a lot of planning then to get these computers to the students. It takes a lot of planning for the teachers to get it going with their online training. How do we tell the parents? That was not considered at all. The schools weren't burning down. Then, okay, lock them up, right? The protocol was in place. They were doing the right things. This parent I was talking to was very happy at that private school on how they functioned with their protocol. She felt very, very safe with her student going there. Others may not, understandable, but allow the superintendent of the schools to work this through, to discuss it. But again, the same attitude that got the superintendent received by the decision from Adelup is the same attitude the People's House receives coming from the governor to the Senate. Chris, Bree, I hope you got some good pentosta and you were able to get.
We're going to get the vegan one. I think the governor probably likes the vegan pentosta. Hey, Senator,
I'm sorry?
The vegan pentosta?
Oh,
They're
yes,
probably like,
yes.
Senator, let me ask
Yeah,
this between us girls, right? So have you seen the
Sure.
Lieutenant Governor? Josh Tenorio? We had a Lieutenant Governor. His name's Josh Tenorio. He's the first openly gay Lieutenant Governor in the nation. Have you seen him anywhere?
Yeah, no.
Did you hear
No, I
anything? Like
haven't.
he's laying low because something big's coming down or anything? No?
Yeah, no. I would have to stay tuned to certain channels, specifically to listen for that pressing release.
Right.
Or he's going to fly out with little, miniature helicopters there. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
I appreciate it.
Okay,
All right.
right
Enjoy the
on.
weekend. Thank
We
you.
did have some comments.
There's an 11 a.m. homelessness meeting. Maybe I believe he chairs that.
Oh, he does, right. Yeah, okay.
What'd you say? There's some comments?
Yeah. Where is the governor? Why are we hearing from everyone else but not our so-called leader? Where is our leader? If you go to battle without a leader, it's every man for himself. A leader needs to come out and speak, or else step down and let someone else lead. Jonah comments, she's just going to blame the legislature when it doesn't go through. Rosemary, by going to the legislature to demand the senators find the money in the general fund will cause a longer delay in paying the people who need it. That just seems... Why would you go to the legislature when this is your program and you keep talking about how it's your program and you're going to use your ARP? Why would you involve the legislature when they already passed a law for this whole thing and you totally ignored it? Sense or no sense? Like my Auntie Jeannie, my late Auntie Jeannie used to always say, boy, sense or no sense? That is a no sense. It's 10 a.m. Pacific Points, Cavo Enterprises, IT&E, Jack in the Box. We're going to say bye to KUAM TV and hang around on Facebook Live. All right, so KUAM TV, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
You're right on. Jason, Joe, sir, guys, thanks for jamming with us, Link Fam. You guys be safe. KUAM TV, you look great. Esta, adios! We're back. What's up, Facebook Live? The Breeze. Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. Yesterday was Whopper Wednesday. Remember, every Wednesday, you go to Burger King, you get a Whopper. Oh, that sounds so good. Then you say, I love, love, love the Whopper. And then you get another Whopper absolutely free. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job.
Just takeaways, guys. It feels like it's important. In case you missed any of the show, we had public health on. The chief public health officer for the territory of Guam says the Alpha variant, the Delta variant, widespread, rampant in the community. It's so widespread that they feel like doing contact tracing is pointless. So they're now asking everyone, let's shift gears here. Go out and get tested. TGen, they've trained like 10 additional guard members how to swab. So they're saying it should be flowing a lot faster. You guys let us know. All right? So go get tested. If you're positive, isolate. Notify your family members, your close contacts. That's the word from public health today, and that's the way forward. So, guys.
Also public health did let us know that they have put in a request to FEMA for additional vaccinators and test people.
And also to administer the Regeneron treatment.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll have more on that tonight on Primetime.
We'll have more on everything
Yeah.
tonight on Primetime, guys. So, again, that's where we're at. Public health is basically saying it's everywhere. Contact tracing. What's the point? Go get tested. Tell your family if you're positive, and then tell them to go get tested. All right? Do your part, guys. Wear your mask. Watch your distance. Wash your hands. Watch your ass. Be careful. Back to basics. That's our message. You know, the governor praised our messaging during this pandemic, and that's our message this morning. Back to basics. Okay, guys? Link Fam, be safe. Docomo Pacific also brings you Cover Me. Good job today, Bree.
Good job. Good job, Joe.
Good job, Joe, sir, Jason. My name's Chris. Hasta, Joe.
Bye.
Mamo katu di halum tonu taman yodai we gonna me do Le kusainama osi nani na esti beputehi tanu mizu. But then I look up to the north, over to the west side. All the lands they be taking, all the bodies that they hide. Evidential the potential of the desecration levels and water contamination for the sake of their own nation. Offer to my mama no kita no offer esti. What if the water gets contaminated, ancestors are reinvented? Oh, tell me, how could this be? Offer to my mama no kita no esti na desi. Munga malefa hale mu te considera tano mu. Za offer baron so gui humano tu gilan tu tana boka gahu siha ayatani bunitu natano hu I husen magu munga manuli mastano hu. Oh, can you hear me when I'm singing this song? Or do they hear me when the plans go wrong? Or will you hear me speaking in your tongue? Tao tao tonu matsamoru itano the where we're from. Offer to my mama no gitano offer nakala esti. What if the water gets contaminated, ancestors are reinvented? Oh, tell me, how could this be? Offer to my mama no gitano esti penal desi. Munga malefa hale mu te considera tano mu. Ta offer pardon so gui. Offer to my mama no